Chapter 751. Yan Wushuang had found the Yamaguchi-gumi's second black gold vault in Hong Kong. It was located at the bottom of the North Mountain. Li Ye's boss brought a group of people to the scene. After a fierce battle between the Hong Kong police and Wei Tianhao's underlings, the police killed all the gangsters and found the third black gold vault. The Yamaguchi-gumi had built 3 secret black gold vaults in Hong Kong, and all of them had been found. The black money in the Wanlong Temple and the North Mountain Cave was more than the black gold vault in the abandoned factory in Shan District. Yan Wushuang and the Hong Kong police heaved a sigh of relief when they found the 3 black gold vaults. The tournament in the casino of Yantian was still going on. This time, after the intermission, Qin Feng's expression became slightly more serious. The dealer had distributed all the cards, and Qin Feng and the other 3 had placed their chips worth 100 million. Seeing that the dealer was about to let everyone reveal their cards, Qin Feng said, "Everyone, I'm tired after playing for a whole day. I know everyone here is rich, but let's not play with 100 million in one round. It's too boring. How about this? Let's bet everything we have and decide the winner in one round. What do you think?" Qin Feng's words sent the crowd on the first floor into an uproar. They watched as Qin Feng and the other 3 bet 100 million in one round, and they were on the verge of orgasm. In the end, Qin Feng was not interested in this kind of gambling game, and he almost fell asleep. This gambling king competition made everyone realize what it meant to be a truly rich person. Everyone felt that the difference between them and Qin Feng and these people wasn't just a little bit. "Here it comes. Master Honda, Qiao Feng is serious." Wei Tianhao and Honda, who were in the lounge, jumped up. The 2 of them had been waiting for the whole morning, and the most exciting moment had finally arrived. "All right, I still have 10 billion left. Are you in?" Li began to execute the plan that Qin Feng had discussed with her. Second master, he was still expressionless. He said calmly, "I also have about 10 billion left. I can play this round with you guys." Since Qin Feng and the other 2 had made their stand, everyone's gaze fell on Traceless. "Haha, since the 3 of you have agreed, then I have no reason to reject. 10 billion? I'm in." When Traceless said that she could follow, the crowd went wild. The dealer's body was trembling slightly. He was also considered a person who had seen big scenes, but this was the first time he had encountered a 40 billion yuan game. It was time to reveal the cards. The hearts of the spectators in the hall on the first floor jumped to their throats. Many people had a heart attack and were carried out to the hospital for emergency treatment. In the lounge on the second floor, Wei Tianhao and Honda were so close to the night view screen that their eyes were almost glued to it. Ao Wucheng and Ao Shaowan watched the game in the inner hall. Both of them had calm smiles on their faces, as if everything was under their control. "Miss Li, please show your cards first." This time Li Ye's card was the smallest, so the dealer looked at Li Ye and said, Li did not care about winning or losing this round at all. Her mission today was to scam Wei Tianhao and the island nation's Yamaguchi-gumi's black money. Li Ye flipped her jade hands, and her trump card fell onto the table. Li Ye's cards were not big. After she revealed her trump cards, they were all smaller than Qin Feng and Traceless 4 open cards. "Miss Li's cards are small. She has been eliminated," the dealer said. The crowd exclaimed again. Li Ye's elimination meant that Li Ye's 10 billion had all been lost. This was 10 billion, a number that these spectators did not even dare to think about. The dealer's gaze fell on Second Master He again. Second Master He was expressionless today, and no one knew what he was thinking. Even though it was the last game, Second Master He did not look nervous at all. He slowly spread out his cards. "Mr. He's cards are small out," the dealer said after looking at Second Master He's cards. Now, only Qin Feng and Traceless were left on the table, and Traceless's cards were slightly bigger than Qin Feng's. "Mr. Traceless, please show your cards." The dealer looked at Traceless. Traceless smiled slightly and flipped out his trump card. He was a leopard with 3 big Ks. This card was already very big, and it caused a commotion in the hall. TSK, TSK. As expected of the #1 expert in the international gambling world, Traceless will definitely win this round. The world of the rich is too scary. Traceless has earned 30 billion this round. Does Traceless have a wife? Is it too late for me to have plastic surgery now? Only Qin Feng's trump card was left. Everyone's gaze fell on Qin Feng. Mr. Chow, please show your cards. The dealer looked at Qin Feng, and his voice trembled when he spoke. Once Qin Feng showed his cards, this game of 40 billion chips will be settled. Clap. Qin Feng waved his hand, and his trump card fell on the table. It was a great shun of hearts, 9, 10J, QK. Just looking at it was pleasing to the eye. Hiss! The moment Qin Feng flipped his cards, the entire casino of Vientiane fell into silence. Moments later, the casino of Vientiane was in an uproar. Everyone was shouting and yelling crazily. No one knew what they were so excited about. Fuck! Master Honda, did I see wrongly? Qiao Feng has a great shun of hearts. Oh. We won. Wei Tianhao jumped up in excitement, and Honda's cold expression finally broke into a smile. Ao Wucheng and Ao Xiaowan's expressions didn't change much when they saw Qin Feng had won. It was as if Qin Feng was supposed to win. Leah, Second Master He, and Traceless stood up. Their expressions didn't change much when they saw Qin Feng's trump card. It was as if they had already guessed the outcome of this game. Bang! A loud noise suddenly resounded in the lounge on the second floor. The tempered glass on the second floor was smashed open, and a Japanese ninja in a black samurai suit immediately stood up after rolling twice on the ground. Captain Kozo? What are you doing? Honda's expression changed drastically when he saw Kozo barging into the lounge. Captain Honda, the Black Vault of Wanlong Temple has been discovered. Kozo was one of the 4 ninjas who went to the Wanryuji Temple to withdraw money. The other 3 ninjas were killed by Yan Wushuang. Kozo admitted that he was no match for Yan Wushuang, so he took advantage of the chaos to escape by using the invisibility technique. He rushed all the way to inform Honda. Honda's expression changed. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he looked at the LCD screen again, there was no one in the super VIP room. Instead, there were a few more people in his lounge. Honda-san, what do you think? Do you believe me now that I can defeat Traceless? Qin Feng clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Honda with a smile. Next to Qin Feng, Ao Wucheng, Leah, Second Master He, and Traceless stood in a row. The 6 of them blocked the door of the lounge, and no one could enter or leave. Haha. Amazing, Brother Qiao Feng is indeed amazing. That last game really made me dumbfounded. Wei Tianhao didn't know how to react. He went up to greet Qiao Feng and Ao Wucheng. Honda was so angry that his eyeballs almost popped out. He slapped Wei Tianhao's face and said, "Idiot! They're in cahoots. We've been tricked." Wei Tianhao forgot about the burning pain on his face. He looked at Qin Feng and the others with a puzzled expression. They're in cahoots? That's right, they're in cahoots. Wei Tianhao was already confused, and he was even more confused after Honda slapped him. From the moment Qiao Feng entered the house, Honda guessed that he had been tricked. Because Qiao Feng came in with Traceless, and Kozo told Honda that the Black Vault at Wanryuji had been discovered, Honda immediately connected the dots. Hee Honda-san, it seems like you're not that stupid after all. You're right, we're in cahoots. Qin Feng had just received news from Yan Wushuang and the Hong Kong police that the other 2 Black Vaults had been found. Therefore, Qin Feng and the others had nothing to worry about anymore. What? You're in cahoots with Traceless? Motherfucker, you're too shameless. Wei Tianhao finally understood the situation. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he found out that today's Gambling King tournament was a show arranged by Qiao Feng. Uncle He, why the fuck are you still standing there? Come over here. Wei Tianhao glared at Second Master. He coldly. Honda slapped Wei Tianhao's face again and roared angrily, "You idiot! That old fart is obviously on their side. If I'm not mistaken, he's the informant sent by the Hong Kong police to infiltrate your Dafa Hao." Honda was indeed cunning and ruthless. Without Qin Feng saying anything, he quickly understood the situation. Wei Tianhao's eyes were wide open. Second Master, he had been in Defugo Casino for almost 5 years. In order to solve this money laundering case, the Hong Kong police had really cast a wide net. Wei Tianhao really didn't suspect Second Master he before. When Qin Feng found out that Li Ye's informant was hiding in Defugo Casino, she refused to tell Qin Feng anything. Qin Feng couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. When he found out that Second Master he was the informant sent by the Hong Kong police, he was dumbfounded. "Bastard, you're the one who found the Wanlong Temple's black gold vault, right?" Honda quickly calmed down and was no longer as angry as before. "That's right. We also found the black gold vault at the North Mountain Pass." Qin Feng smirked. Honda's calmed down emotions were stirred up again. He had set up 3 black gold vaults in Hong Kong, and now they were all discovered. Seeing that Honda's head was about to emit smoke, Qin Feng continued, "Oh, right, we're the ones who found the abandoned factory in Shan District. And the 13 gangsters, ghost-stealing lord, 8 guardian deities. I killed them all. They didn't betray you." Qin Feng told Honda everything that he didn't know. Honda's face turned darker and darker. The veins on his face bulged, and his eyeballs almost popped out. P.S. Recommending a fantasy novel written by young master, Du's good friend. The King of Xia Dynasty by Misty, Rain Introduction. 7 years ago, a woman named Fan Lingyue from the Northern Meng royal court appeared out of nowhere. In just a short 7 years, she unified the government. The great Xia Dynasty, which had been invincible for 1,000 years, faced the greatest threat in 1,000 years. At this moment, a shy young man walked into the Xia Palace. Those who are interested in the book shortage should check it out. Chapter 752. When Qin Feng visited the Hong sect yesterday and saw Wei Tianhao looking for Ao Wucheng to cooperate with him, Qin Feng came up with a brilliant plan. Qin Feng asked Ao Wucheng to pretend to cooperate with Yamaguchi Gumi and help them launder their money in the gambling tournament. His purpose was to make Yamaguchi Gumi lower their guard. Li Yi joined Qin Feng's plan and got Second Master he to help him. Traceless was Ao Wucheng's helper. Today's gambling tournament was Qin Feng's plan. Qin Feng, Traceless, and the other 3 were in cahoots with each other. They had planned this game for Wei Tianhao and Honda to see. Qin Feng's purpose was to find all the black gold vaults that Yamaguchi Gumi had set up in Hong Kong. Now that Qin Feng's plan was successful, it was time to reel in the net. Honda's expression changed drastically after he heard Qin Feng's words. His anger and malevolence faded into calmness. Honda had long known that Qiao Feng was a member of China's dragon sect. He planned to kill Qiao Feng and his accomplices after Qiao Feng helped him win the money. Little did he expect that Qiao Feng's plan would be even better. Hee. Good, very good. It's been a long time since I've met such a strong opponent like you. The members sent by China's dragon sect were all trash. They were wiped out by my Yamaguchi Gumi in just a few moves. I didn't expect you to reach this stage. It's really beyond my expectations. A cruel smile appeared on Honda's face. He started to compliment Qin Feng. Judging from his expression, he was not nervous at all. The 3 black gold vaults you set up in Hong Kong have been investigated. Yamaguchi Gumi's money laundering plan has failed. You are surrounded by us now. But you don't seem to be worried at all, Qin Feng asked Honda. Honda burst into laughter. Haha, What's there to be afraid of? It's just 3 black gold vaults that have been discovered. Our empire has more than 3 black vaults in Huaxia. Our money laundering activities are much crazier than you think. The black vaults of our empire are all over Huaxia. You only stopped the money laundering operation in Hong Kong. Compared to the entire black money laundering plan of our empire, it's not even worth mentioning. Everyone's expression changed when they heard the shocking news from Honda. They didn't expect Japan to be so arrogant to carry out a money laundering scheme in China. Honda was even more pleased with himself when he saw their shocked expressions. He continued, "Qiao Feng, I know you're from China's Dragon Sect, and I also know Leah is from Hong Kong's police force. You guys set up such a big trap to catch me, right? Unfortunately, you guys are still too naive. I can even capture China's Blue Dragon, Ji. What can you do to me?" Honda's plan had clearly failed, and he was now trapped here. However, he acted fearlessly, as if Qin Feng and the others were the ones trapped here. "Do you really think that Senior Ji is in your hands? Then, who is this person behind me?" Qin Feng's voice rang out, and the Honda immediately fell silent. A tall and sturdy man stood behind Qin Feng. The man was at least 2 meters tall, and his body was taller than 2 skinny monkeys. He stood tall and unyielding like a mountain. Just a glance at him was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The man wore a silver armor made of unknown material, and a red cloak was draped over his shoulders. There was no wind in the lounge, but the cloak on the man's shoulders was fluttering violently as if he was about to charge into the battlefield. He was the Blue Dragon, Ji, one of the 9 dragons of China. His appearance stunned Honda. "Blue Dragon? You. Why are you here? Aren't you locked up in a secret base?" Honda finally regained his senses, and the arrogance he had just displayed was gone. There was another person standing behind the Blue Dragon. However, the Blue Dragon was tall and sturdy, and he blocked Huang Jinggua's view. Huang Jinggua realized that Lan Long had stolen his limelight. He angrily circled around Lan Long and came to Ao Wuchang's side. "Division Master Wuchang, I've been ordered to lead 50 elites of the White Tiger Hall and have successfully rescued Lan Long." Ao Wuchang nodded at Huang Jinggua, and Huang Jinggua retreated with satisfaction. Honda finally realized that he had underestimated Qiao Feng. He didn't expect that Qiao Feng's plan was not only for the Black Gold Vault, but also for the Blue Dragon. Honda's attitude toward Qiao Feng had changed countless times. When he first saw Qiao Feng at Defugo Casino, he did not think much of him. But today, Qiao Feng had made great progress in the Gambling King tournament, and Honda finally started to look at Qiao Feng seriously. At this moment, Honda's heart was filled with shock. Qiao Feng's schemes and foresight had left Honda in the dust. Clap, clap, clap. Honda was silent for a while, and then he suddenly clapped his hands. The lounge on the 2nd floor was very quiet. Only Honda's sudden clap sounded very strange. A strange smile appeared on Honda's face again. "Impressive. You really are impressive. But so what? It's just a Blue Dragon. He's nothing to us. Even the heavenly ninjas of Yamaguchi-gumi can deal with him, let alone the 6 shinobi of Japan." At this moment, Wei Tianhao was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, but Honda's expression did not change at all. Everyone was shocked. Everyone knows how to brag. Japan is nothing but an ant in front of the great land of China. Qin Feng didn't want to waste his breath on Honda anymore. His plan had been completed. The Blue Dragon was rescued, and the rest of the Black Gold Vault was discovered. All he needed to do now was to subdue Honda and Wei Tianhao and hand them over to the Hong Kong police for legal proceedings. Shroom! Qin Feng raised his palm, and a gust of wind whistled in the air. The white light expanded and reached Honda's knees in the blink of an eye. However, before it could sever Honda's legs, it was blocked by a long and thin katana. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and everyone's expression changed drastically. A woman with a graceful figure had appeared in front of Honda. The woman wore a black samurai suit, and she held a long and thin katana in her hands. She struck a cruel pose and stared coldly at Qin Feng and the others. "Haha, sick man of China, do you think you can catch me with just a few people? You've been here for so long, but none of you have noticed Miss Chiu Ya's presence. What a joke! Is this the strength of a Chinese martial artist?" Honda stood with his hands behind his back and mocked Qin Feng and the others fearlessly. Qin Feng and Ao Wucheng were shocked. Blue Dragon Ji Ye's eyes were also filled with surprise. The three of them were the strongest among them, but none of them noticed Chiu Ya's presence. Division Leader Wucheng, Senior Ji, hold that female ninja back. I'll go catch Wei Tianhao and Honda. Qin Feng was very adaptable. He quickly calmed down and leaped toward Honda. Chiu Ya swung her katana horizontally, and a thick layer of saber chi shot out, forcing Qin Feng to take a few steps back. That's Japan's #1 ninja, Chiu Ya. Everyone be careful. Ji Ye's eyes emitted a cold, murderous intent when he saw Chiu Ya. It seemed like Chiu Ya was one of the people who caught Blue Dragon. Ji Yi and Ao Wucheng had already made their move. When they moved, they turned into two afterimages. Li Ya, second master he, and the others could not see where they were at all. Fall! Blue Dragon had already grasped the opportunity. He swung his giant arm, and a domineering machete appeared in his hand. He swung the machete down, and with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas, the sofa was instantly split in half. Chiu Ya, who was standing on the sofa, suddenly disappeared. No one knew where she had hidden herself. This woman is so hard to deal with. Wind God's kick. Ao Wucheng suddenly leaped into the air. His legs were like electric fans. No, they were several times faster than electric fans. He stomped on the air. The air in midair was pierced through, and there was a series of explosions. A black shadow suddenly flashed, and it was Chiu Ya. The ninjas of Japan might not be as strong as the martial artists of China, but their invisibility and ninjutsu were a huge headache for the Chinese martial artists. Even if Ao Wucheng and Ji Yi joined forces, they would not be able to subdue Chiu Ya in a short period of time. The battle between the three of them was extremely intense. With a leap, Qin Feng arrived at Wei Tianhao's side. Wei Tianhao had long since fallen to the ground in fear, and did not even have the strength to escape. Qin Feng casually kicked Wei Tianhao to Li Ya's side, and as soon as Wei Tianhao landed on the ground, he fainted. "Honda, how dare you come to China to launder money? I'll make you regret it." After Qin Feng subdued Wei Tianhao, he leaped into the air again and slammed his palm toward Honda's chest. Honda had been standing with his hands behind his back the whole time. He did not move at all in the face of Qin Feng's attack. Instead, he even had a sinister smile on his face, which confused Qin Feng. Not good. All of a sudden, Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura rapidly approaching him. Qin Feng had no choice but to withdraw his hand, which was originally aimed at the Honda. Before he could regain his balance, he quickly turned around and struck out with his palm. Boom! There was a loud noise in the air, and the whole lounge began to shake. As soon as the palm fell, Qin Feng was sent flying and hit the innermost wall, spitting out blood. At the place where Qin Feng had been standing, a figure covered in a black robe suddenly appeared. The person's appearance could not be seen clearly, and even the general figure could not be distinguished. However, he emitted waves of evil qi, which made Li Ya and the others uncontrollably take a few steps back. "Xiao Feng, are you okay?" Seeing that Qin Feng was injured, Ao Shaowan hurriedly ran over, held Qin Feng's arm, and began to carefully examine Qin Feng's injury. "Watch out!" Qin Feng had just caught his breath when the black-robed man slapped him again. Qin Feng had no time to think. He quickly turned over and held Ao Shaowan in his arms, using his back to support the lives of the two of them. Boom! A loud noise rang in Qin Feng's ears, but he did not feel anything wrong with his body. He hurriedly turned around and saw Ao Wu Chang standing in front of him, blocking the black-robed man's palm. Qin Feng did not know how strong Ao Wu Chang was, but Qin Feng knew that he was no match for him. When the palms collided, Ao Wu Chang directly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The black-robed man did not seem to have an advantage either. His body was sent flying and directly fell to the ground. Brother, are you okay? Ao Shaowan had just seen the man she liked being beaten, and now she saw her brother vomiting blood. She was so anxious that tears fell from her eyes. Ao Wu Chang stretched out his hand and blocked Qin Feng and his sister behind him. He waved his hand and did not say anything. Liya, second master He, and Wu Hen were all ordinary people. In the face of this battle between the strongest, they were so anxious that their bodies were on fire, but there was nothing they could do. When Huang Jingua saw that division leader Wu Chang was injured, he angrily led a dozen Hong sect disciples and rushed toward the black-robed man. Wu Chang roared and wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. There was another loud noise around them. Huang Jingua and the others were no match for the black-robed man. The difference in strength was too great. When the dozen people rushed forward, they were all sent flying in the next second. Chapter 753. Ao Wu Chang was enraged when he saw the disciple of Hong sect being beaten up. He pounced at Black Robe like a mad lion, and the two fought fiercely. Qin Feng quickly popped a handful of healing pills into his mouth as if he was chewing gum. After adjusting his chaotic inner qi, Qin Feng immediately bought a talisman of clairvoyance from the system and looked at Black Robe's face. It was an old and majestic face, with eyebrows that were joined into a single line. He had a full head of gray hair and a pair of eyes that were mostly covered by eyelids. Cold light gleamed in his eyes, striking fear into people's hearts. Qin Feng couldn't tell the age of the other party. He felt very old, but at the same time, he seemed to be full of energy. His old age was only due to the metabolism of his body, but his aura was as vast as the ocean, full of vitality. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically when he saw Black Robe's face. Isn't this China's azure dragon, Feng Qingyu? Countless thoughts rushed into Qin Feng's mind, and he quickly figured out the cause and effect. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang had long suspected that there was a traitor in the dragon sect. Now it seemed like the traitor was Feng Qingyu. Master, Ouyang Feng is requesting to help Master defeat Azure Dragon. Ouyang Feng's voice rang in Qin Feng's mind, and Shimin Chui Shui also requested to join the battle. Qin Feng didn't pay attention to Ouyang Feng and Shimin Chui Shui's request. He was still in shock. Not long ago, Qin Feng went to the Ghost Mountain as Azure Wolf and encountered Azure Dragon. Qin Feng used the Justice Halo to scare Azure Dragon and saved everyone's treasure. In the end, he even gave the modified little Chrysanthemum Codex to Feng Qingyu. Although Qin Feng didn't fight with Azure Dragon at that time, he could tell from the aura of Azure Dragon that Feng Qingyu was much stronger than half a month ago. Master, this is because of the modified little Chrysanthemum Codex you gave me. Ouyang Feng's hoarse voice sounded. Why do you say that? Qin Feng finally regained his senses, but he was shocked by Ouyang Feng's words. When Qin Feng found the second volume of the little Chrysanthemum treasure book in the Ghost Mountain Ancient Martial Arts Relic, he purposely changed it to the first volume and copied it upside down for Azure Dragon. Qin Feng wanted Azure Dragon to practice the little Chrysanthemum treasure book in reverse, so that Azure Dragon would experience qi deviation. He didn't expect that it would help Azure Dragon increase his strength. Ouyang Feng and Shimin Chui Shui could read Qin Feng's mind. Ouyang Feng continued, Master, the little Chrysanthemum Codex is one of the 2 grand ceremonies of the Nephilim race. This kind of high-tier cultivation technique is full of mysteries. If you practice it in the right way, you will be able to dominate a region. If you practice it in the reverse way, you will be able to achieve a miraculous effect. In the past, I practiced the Nine Sutra in the reverse way. After listening to Ouyang Feng's explanation, Qin Feng finally understood. This little chrysanthemum treasure codex was a grand ceremony of the demon race. If one cultivated it in reverse, they would enter the demonic path completely and even enter a state of madness. At that time, Feng Qingyu's strength would increase greatly, but her mind would also be devoured by the demonic nature, turning her into a bloodthirsty demon. Then, is there any way for me to defeat Feng Qingyu? Qin Fen thought for a while and decided not to let Ouyang Feng and Shimin Shueishu out. After all, there were too many experts on the scene, including China's Blue Dragon. Qin Fen was afraid that Ouyang Feng and Shimin Shueishu's strength would attract unnecessary trouble. Master, you can infuriate Azure Dragon and make him enter a state of madness. Although Azure Dragon's strength will increase exponentially, it will consume a lot of energy and time. As long as Master and your friends can hold on for a while, Azure Dragon won't be a threat anymore, said Ouyang Feng. Qin Fen was enlightened. Suddenly, he thought of another question. Ouyang Feng, does that mean you can also enter a state of madness? When you beat up Purple Dragon Su Xiaotian at the Soaring Cloud Mansion, you didn't use your full strength, right? Ouyang Feng's face was filled with pride. He said, Master, Purple Dragon's strength is too low in my eyes. Azure Dragon's strength is still acceptable, but when I enter a state of madness, I can annihilate all 9 dragons of China by myself. Qin Fen was shocked. This Ouyang Feng is really one of the 5 poisonous beasts. Perhaps only Ouyang Feng would dare to say such words. Ao Wuchang and the black-robed man had been fighting fiercely for a while. Ao Wuchang was obviously at a disadvantage, and his clothes were torn to shreds. Feng Qingyu, on the other hand, did not have an advantage. Although she was not as battered as Ao Wuchang, there were still a few wounds on her body. Die, Feng Qingyu! Qin Fen roared. Suddenly, a series of crackling noises came from his body. The halo of justice was activated by Qin Fen, and his true qi surged towards Ao Wuchang. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Did Qin Fen just call out the name of China's Green Dragon Feng Qingyu? Ji Yi and Ao Wuchang were at a loss, especially Ji Yi. Last time, he was subdued by Miss Chioya and the black-robed man. When Qin Fen called out Feng Qingyu's name, a white light flashed across Ji Ye's mind. His dignified expression turned ferocious, and his eyes burned with fury. So this black-robed man was Feng Qingyu. Baka! What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you dare insult the heavenly ninjas of our great empire. Handa's previously fearless expression was replaced with panic. He had no idea how Qiao Feng recognized the black-robed man, and he was still trying to deny Qin Fen's words. Feng Qingyu, you are a disgrace to China. You traitor! After Ao Wuchang regained his senses, he was also filled with anger. He leaped into the air, and his legs turned into countless afterimages as he shot towards the green dragon. Qin Fen also swung his palm, and he roared at Leah and the others who were standing at the entrance. All of you, get out! Bang! Bang! As soon as Qin Fen's voice fell, a series of violent collisions sounded. Qin Fen and Ao Wuchang had temporarily forced Feng Qingyu into a corner. Li did not expect that 2 of China's 9 dragons would come at the same time, and one of them was a traitor. Although she was worried about Qin Fen and the others, she was still very rational and quickly organized everyone to retreat. I'm not leaving. Brother, Qiao Feng, be careful. Second Master He and the others had already retreated, but Ao Shaowan was struggling in Lia's arms and refused to leave. Qin Fen was careless and was sent flying by Feng Qingyu's palm. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and shouted at Ao Shaowan. You damned girl, I told you to leave, so leave quickly. Seeing that Qin Fen was injured again, Ao Shaowan was so anxious that her little face looked like a dirty cat. Ao Shaowan struggled even more violently, and Li Ye almost could not stop this girl. I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving. Let go of me. I want to find brother and Xiao Feng. Qin Feng was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. He glared at Ao Xiaowan and shouted, "Get out of here!" Ao Xiaowan's delicate body suddenly froze in Li Ye's arms, and for a moment she forgot to struggle. Ao Xiaowan looked at Qin Feng, whose handsome white suit was already in tatters and whose mouth was still stained with blood. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated. At this moment, Qin Feng was shouting vulgarities, and his arrogant and domineering look had already fascinated Ao Xiaowan. Seeing that Ao Xiaowan suddenly stopped moving, Leah thought that this girl was afraid of Qin Feng, so she quickly carried her and ran out of the room. Seeing that the women had left, Qin Feng did not care anymore. He forced himself to fly out again and joined Ao Wuchang's team. "Xiao Feng, I'm coming." The battle was extremely fierce, and a beautiful figure jumped in from the window and landed directly next to Qin Feng. "Team leader Yan, this black robe is Feng Qingyu. You have to be careful." Qin Feng quickly explained to Yan Wushuang before he swung his fist at Azure Dragon. When Yan Wushuang heard the news, she was stunned like everyone else. Then, her beautiful eyes blazed with intense flames. Yan Wushuang had already guessed that the traitor of the dragon sect was Feng Qingyu. After a long, hard battle, Ao Wuchang could not hold on anymore and began to vomit blood. Although Yan Wushuang had joined Qin Feng's team, she did not play much of a role. After all, Feng Qingyu was one of the strongest in China, and Yan Wushuang was only at stage 7 inner qi. She was no match for her. "Senior Ji, come with me to deal with Feng Qingyu. Division Leader Wu Cheng and Team Leader Yan, take down Chouya." Seeing that Ao Wuchang could not hold on any longer, Qin Feng quickly changed his formation. Ji Yi had long been unhappy with Feng Qingyu. He leaped into the air and launched a punch. Ji Ye's simple punch had changed the airflow in the space in front of Qin Feng. The surging momentum made Qin Feng shudder. It was also this punch that allowed Qin Feng to see the true strength of the 9 dragons of China. Currently, Qin Feng was far from being a match for Ao Wuchang, and Ao Wuchang was obviously weaker than the 9 dragons of China. Bang! Bang! Ji Ye's participation in the battle had slightly changed the situation. Feng Qingyu was forced to retreat again and again, and a few large wounds appeared on her body. Yan Wushuang and Ao Wuchang were barely able to fight Chouya to a draw. This battle between experts seemed to have turned into a battle of endurance. It all depended on who could last until the end. While the battle in the resting room was intense, a fierce battle was also taking place in the hall on the first floor. After the last game between Qin Feng and Wu Hen, the members of the Hong sect had evacuated all the participants and spectators from the casino of Vientiane. Currently, the hall on the first floor was filled with the disciples of the Hong sect and the ninjas of Yamaguchi-gumi. Both sides had the advantage in numbers, but their strength was much weaker than Qin Feng's side. "It's you? I know who you are." After fighting with Qin Feng for a while, Feng Qingyu had figured out Qin Feng's identity. Qin Feng had activated the Halo of Justice, and his surging true energy had shocked the experts in the resting room. But soon they realized that although Qin Feng had the aura of a cultivator, his strength was only at stage 9 inner qi. Feng Qingyu thought of the encounter with Azure Dragon in the Ghost Mountain ancient martial arts relic. He was now certain that the dragon sect's Xiaofeng was that Azure Wolf. "So what if I know? You traitor, don't think of leaving this place alive today." Qin Feng was not afraid that Azure Dragon would see through his identity. Since Azure Dragon had betrayed his country, his fate was to be wanted by the dragon sect and be hunted all over the world. Feng Qingyu suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, traitor? Traitor? I'm Azure Dragon, one of the 9 dragons of China. Who would believe me? Other than you guys, who else would know about this? As long as I kill all of you, I'll still be Azure Dragon, the supreme expert that China's martial artists worship. Ha ha ha." Feng Qingyu's laughter became more and more savage, and it seemed to contain some kind of demonic nature. Ouyang Feng's voice rang in Qin Fen's mind. Master, be careful! This ant is going to enter a frenzied state. According to Ouyang Feng, Feng Qingyu's strength would increase exponentially when he entered a frenzied state. The current Feng Qingyu was already very powerful, and Qin Fen couldn't help but worry. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a violent explosion came from Feng Qingyu's body. Qin Fen quickly retreated and shouted at Azure Dragon in midair, Senior Ji, retreat! This guy is going to transform. Ji, who was about to throw a punch at Azure Dragon, was stunned when he heard Qin Fen's words. Azure Dragon is going to transform? Transform into what? Transform into a dragon? Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! After the violent explosion, Feng Qingyu's demonic laughter echoed in the room. Even Qin Fen felt uncomfortable when he heard the laughter. Yan Wushuang, who was the weakest among them, immediately stopped fighting and covered her ears with a pained expression. Chapter 754. Feng Qingyu, who had entered a demonic state, looked like a madman. His laughter had the ability to penetrate into the hall on the first floor, causing the disciples of Hong Sect and the ninjas of Yamaguchi-gumi to kneel on the ground and cover their ears, losing the ability to continue fighting. The explosion on Feng Qingyu's body had torn apart his black robe, and the black hat that covered his face was gone. Feng Qingyu's muscles began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning as terrifying as the Hulk. His cold old eyes turned blood red, and his mouth opened wide like a crazed beast. The face of the black robe was completely exposed in front of everyone. Who else could it be but Feng Qingyu? Senior Ji, this guy has entered a demonic state. Be careful. Just by looking at Feng Qingyu's current appearance, Qin Fen could already sense his strength. He no longer cared if his identity was exposed. With a wave of his hand, the Sky Splitter and Chong Ling sword flew out. With the Chong Ling sword in hand, Qin Fen and the pair of domineering Sky Splitter axes flew toward Blue Dragon. Senior Ji, use this pair of axes to fight. Blue Dragon grabbed at the air and grabbed the sky-splitting axe. The white machete that he was using was thrown to the side. Ji looked at the sky-splitter axes that glowed with a faint blue light in his hand. His eyes flickered as if he was admiring a peerless treasure. My goodness, this is a blue-grade battle axe. Kid, you're really something. Now let's see how strong I am. Ji raised the sky-splitter axes and impatiently slashed at Feng Qingyu. The sky-splitter axes fully exerted its power in Ji Ye's hand. The whole room began to shake violently as if there was an earthquake. Rumble. A majestic axe chi condensed and passed through the room like the roar of a dragon. Feng Qingyu stood motionlessly on the spot. His face was stiff as if his soul had been taken away by someone. Suddenly, Feng Qingyu raised his hand and struck out with his palm. A layer of airflow barrier instantly formed in front of him like an indestructible fortress. The axe chi landed on the barrier, causing the air to tremble, but it did not break the airflow barrier created by Feng Qingyu. Ji Ye's powerful attack was so easily blocked by Feng Qingyu. Both Qin Fen and Ji Yi were startled by Feng Qingyu's strength when she entered a berserk state. It was at this moment that Feng Qingyu suddenly struck out with her skinny palms. Her fingers were like sharp machetes, and 5 long bloody wounds appeared on Qin Fen and Ji Ye's chests. Bang! Both of them were sent flying by Feng Qingyu, and their internal organs almost shifted from their positions. Qin Feng hurriedly took out a bunch of medicine bottles that he had swindled from Rin Xiaoyao and poured a handful of medicinal powder onto the wound. The bleeding wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was truly miraculous. Qin Feng was going to give some of the medicinal powder to the Blue Dragon, but the Blue Dragon had brought his own healing medicine. At this time, his wounds had already stopped bleeding. Just as they finished applying the ointment, Feng Qingyu sent 2 more palm strikes at them. Ji Yi was beaten into a sorry state. His eyes widened in anger as he raised his axes and charged at Feng Qingyu. Rumble! Ji Ye's figure leapt into the air. Just as he was about to bring down the Heaven Splitter axe, the Heaven Splitter axe suddenly exploded. The two axes, which were originally 1/2 meter long, suddenly became 3 meters long. When he held them in his hands, it felt like he was holding 2 large wheels, giving Ji Yi a scare. Afraid that Ji Yi would be at a disadvantage, Qin Fin activated the Heaven Splitter axe's Heaven Splitter function. Ji Yi was startled for a moment, but he quickly increased the force in his hands and swung the axe down. Boom! The axe was so powerful that it could split mountains and split rocks. It sent Feng Qingyu flying backward. The wall in front of Ji Yi had a huge crack in the middle. If he was not careful, he would fall from the crack to the bottom of the building. Haha! My God! I like this pair of axes. Ji Yi raised the Heaven Splitter axe in his hand and couldn't bear to part with it. Even Qin Fin was worried that he would have to return later. Feng Qingyu stopped after retreating to the corner of the wall. Her horrifying face turned hideous, and the red light in her eyes turned dark red. Roar! Suddenly, Feng Qingyu let out a furious roar. Her aura skyrocketed crazily, pressuring Qin Fin to the point of suffocation. Bang! Qin Fin also let out a furious roar and unleashed the aura of righteousness. The aura that was equal to true energy instantly enveloped the surroundings, startling everyone. Feng Qingyu, who was in a frenzied state, began to lose his consciousness. All he could do was scream, and he couldn't even form a complete sentence. Enraged, Feng Qingyu's figure flickered. Her speed was so fast that it dazzled everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Ji Yi. Her skinny hands danced in the air, and 2 fireballs fell from the sky. Swoosh! The flames burned in the air, creating a wind-breaking sound. Ji Yi was caught off guard. He didn't expect Feng Qingyu to be able to release fireballs. For a moment, he was stunned on the spot. Senior Ji Yi, be careful! Rumble! Another 2 balls of intense flames appeared. In a moment of desperation, Qin Fin sent out a few palm strikes. The destructive fire instantly shot toward Feng Qingyu's 2 fireballs, devoured them, and continued flying toward Feng Qingyu. Ji Yi glanced at Qin Fin, his eyes filled with shock. He didn't know when Dragon Sect had such a powerful expert like Qiao Feng. Although his strength was slightly weaker than the 9 dragons, Qiao Feng was obviously one of the strongest experts under the 9 dragons. The destructive fire rose 3 meters high and instantly enveloped Feng Qingyu. Feng Qingyu quickly sent out a palm strike, and a transparent barrier was formed in the air, blocking the destructive fire. Roar! Feng Qingyu roared madly, and the destructive fire rebounded toward Qin Fin and Ji Yi. Qin Fin made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the 2 balls of flames instantly disappeared. His movements were like magic, and it shocked Ji Yi once again. The battle between the supreme experts was too intense. The walls of the lounge on the 2nd floor were cracked, and the ground was filled with saber marks and deep pits. It was as if a war had taken place here. Qin Fin and Ji Yi had expended a lot of energy. The sacred azure battle armor's hyper-intuition function had disappeared, and so had the Justice Halo badge and Skysplitter Axe's Skysplitter function. Qin Fin and Ji Yi were getting weaker as the battle went on, but Feng Qingyu was getting fiercer and fiercer as if she had eaten stride. On the other side, Yan Wushuang and Ao Wucheng weren't any better. Both of them had saber wounds on their bodies. The strength of Japan's #1 ninja Chiyo was no joke. She was comparable to a stage 9 inner Qi ancient martial artist. Coupled with her proficient invisibility and ninjutsu, Ao Wucheng and Yan Wushuang were barely able to hurt her. The casino of Vientiane was surrounded by the Hong Kong police. The cordon was a dozen meters wide, and hundreds of fully armed special forces were guarding outside. There were also dozens of snipers in position, ready to take action at any time. These police forces didn't dare to enter the casino of Yantian because they knew that the battle inside was between experts. Although they had guns, they were afraid that they would be killed by the experts inside before they could fire a shot. The snipers hiding on the rooftops of different buildings couldn't snipe their targets. Qiu Yu was in a state of invisibility. She was in a state of invisibility, and when she appeared, she would disappear again in a flash, making it impossible for the snipers to locate her. Feng Qingyu, whom Qin Fuan and Ji Yi were fighting, was even more difficult to aim at. Feng Qingyu's speed was extremely fast, and she was as elusive as a ghost. Moreover, Qin Fuan and Ji Yi had been fighting Feng Qingyu head-on. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle, and the snipers were afraid that they would shoot the wrong target. The battle was still going on, and Qin Fuan's side was obviously at a disadvantage. Honda had been quietly watching the battle between the supreme experts. When he saw the current situation, a playful smile appeared on his face, as if victory was already in his grasp. Bang! A loud sound rang out from Ji Ye's chest. Ji Yi was hit by Feng Qingyu's palm, and his huge and burly body was sent flying. Even the heaven splitter in his hand fell to the side. As the palm landed, Feng Qingyu's dark red eyes stared at Qin Fuan. She leaped and pounced at Qin Fuan. After a long battle, Qin Fuan's inner qi was severely depleted. Seeing Feng Qingyu baring her fangs and claws, Qin Fuan broke out in a cold sweat. Master, hurry up and purchase the spiritual qi in the heavenly blessed cave pavilion. Little Pig's anxious voice rang out. Qin Fuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the spiritual qi in the heavenly blessed cave pavilion could be purchased. The heavenly blessed cave pavilion was a hidden interface in the system that Qin Fuan had activated earlier. In its initial state, the spiritual qi in the heavenly blessed cave pavilion was 30 times that of Earth. 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 30 days on Earth. In its initial state, it would cost 1 hedonist point per second. Feng Qingyu's sharp claws were already within reach. Qin Fuan didn't have time to think. He immediately used his mind to purchase 2,000 hedonist points from the system. In an instant, Qin Fuan felt that his surroundings were filled with dense spiritual qi. The density was more than 30 times that of Earth. Every breath Qin Fuan took felt extremely carefree. Qin Fuan, who had exhausted a lot of his physical strength, suddenly had the support of an enormous amount of spiritual qi. He immediately struck out with both palms, throwing out wind blades and destructive flames as if they were free. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rumble! Hundreds of wind blades and dozens of fireballs smashed onto Feng Qingyu's body, sending her flying. However, Qin Fuan didn't gain the upper hand either. His attack speed was a little too slow, and his chest was scratched by Feng Qingyu's claw. A large piece of flesh was dug out from his chest, revealing the white bones inside. Yan Wushuang's eyes turned red when she saw this. Motherfucker! How dare you touch my dragon sex brother? I'll kill you. Seeing Qin Fuan's miserable state, Ji Yi was so angry that his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. His injuries were also very serious, but he still forced himself to stand up. He picked up the Heaven Splitter axe from the ground and pounced on Feng Qingyu. Rumble! The Heaven Splitter axe, in Blue Dragon's hand, contained boundless power. 2 enormous dragons formed by inner qi whizzed past like ferocious dragons crossing the river and rammed into Feng Qingyu. Just as Feng Qingyu stood up, he was sent flying again. His inflated body smashed into the wall, creating a huge pit. Roar! 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 Feng Qingyu was thoroughly enraged after receiving 2 heavy blows in a row. Crimson blood flowed out from his mouth, and the crimson in his eyes began to turn black. Feng Qingyu had reached the peak of his frenzied state. Another series of explosions came from his body, and the aura that burst out from him grew even stronger. Ji Ye's eyes were filled with shock. Dong! Feng Qingyu quickly struck out with his palm. Before Ji Yi could react, he was sent flying backward. The reinforced concrete wall behind him was knocked down by Blue Dragon. The entire wall and Ji Yi fell from the second floor to the outside of Gambling City, scaring the special forces that were guarding outside. Blue Dragon fell from the second floor, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Qin Fin could only fight the frenzied Feng Qingyu alone. The pressure he felt was immense. P.S. Fourth update. Can I request for monthly tickets? Readers who read pirated versions hope to read the original on Zonghengnet. It's not easy to write a book. Please support me. Chapter 755. Rumble. A loud noise came from Qin Feng. He had bought another 6,000 hedonist points from the Heavenly Fortune Cave Pavilion. Instantly, Qin Feng's body was like a spiritual well, and spiritual energy surged out of him like it was free. Whoosh! 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 Rumble! Qin Feng leaped into the air, and his hands turned into a blur. Wind blades rained down like rain, and flames rained down like hail. The room was filled with a series of loud noises, and Ao Wucheng and Yen Wushuang were shocked. Baka, this brat is like an unkillable cockroach. How annoying. Feng Qingyu, it's almost time. Kill him now. Honda was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that Qin Feng seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of inner qi. Feng Qingyu was thoroughly enraged by Qin Feng, and his pained and angry roars filled the room. However, Qin Feng's attacks were as dense as rain, and they were ferocious and powerful. Feng Qingyu was pushed back by the attacks, and he was stuck to the wall behind him. It was difficult for him to take another step forward. Boom! With a loud explosion, the solid wall behind Feng Qingyu was pierced through by Qin Feng's wind blades and flame attacks. The huge wall collapsed in an instant and fell onto the road outside, causing a wave of exclamations. Go to hell! Qin Feng seized the opportunity. He raised his hand, and the Chongling sword slashed down. A condensed orange sword qi fell from the sky and knocked Feng Qingyu away. Baka, you're dead, you're dead! Seeing Feng Qingyu falling from the second floor, Honda was so angry that his neck turned red. He cursed at Qin Feng, but before he could finish his words, Qin Feng had already arrived beside Honda. With a slap of his hand, he sent Honda flying and knocked him unconscious. Team Leader Honda. Qiuya's cold and furious voice rang in the air. Qin Feng could not see her, but he could feel the chill of death behind him. Xiao Feng, get out of the way. Bang! Bang! Ao Wucheng's body was covered in blood, and he kicked at Qin Feng's back with a ferocious expression. Elis's kick turned into a blur, and it created a series of explosions in the air. Qin Feng hastily dodged it, and the deathly aura disappeared. Leah, quickly bring the Honda out. Qin Feng shouted towards the door. Leah immediately entered the house and dragged Honda's unconscious body out. Qiuya wanted to stop Leah midway, but was stopped by Qin Feng and the other two. In the lounge, Qin Feng, Yen Wushuang, and Ao Wuchang teamed up to fight Qiuya. No matter how powerful Qiuya's stealth ability was, she was still unable to fight against the three ancient martial arts experts of China. Qiuya's body appeared more and more frequently. Every time she appeared, the wind blades from Qin Feng's palms would arrive with the wind. Qiuya's black warrior attire was cut a few times, and her white chest was exposed. Rumble! Just as Qiuya was about to collapse, a row of tempered glass on the other side of the lounge suddenly exploded. A large black shadow flew in, and the whole room was instantly filled with an evil aura. Roar! Feng Qingyu stood under the window with a ferocious look on his face. There was no emotion in his eyes that were so red that they were almost black. His mind had been completely eroded by the demonic nature. As soon as Feng Qingyu appeared, Qiuya quickly concealed herself. Feng Qingyu, who had lost his mind, would launch a ferocious attack whenever he saw someone. Team leader Yan, watch out! Yan Wushuang was the closest to Feng Qingyu. Seeing that Feng Qingyu was about to send her flying with a palm strike, Qin Feng hurriedly threw several fireballs at him. The fireballs rose 3 meters high and smashed onto Feng Qingyu, causing him to scream in pain. Feng Qingyu's attention was attracted by Qin Feng. He stared at Qin Feng with his blood-red eyes and lunged at him with his mouth wide open. Bang! Feng Qingyu's speed doubled. Before Qin Feng could react, he was sent flying by a palm strike. Qin Feng had forgotten how much blood he had vomited today. He felt like he was about to vomit out all the blood in his body. Monster, watch my feet! Just as Qin Feng fell to the ground, Ao Wuchang seized the opportunity and stomped on Feng Qingyu's back with eeless legs. Qin Feng finally understood why Ao Wuchang stomped on the ground without saying a word. That was because Ao Wuchang was a practitioner of leg techniques. Bang! 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 Ao Wuchang stomped on Feng Qingyu's back like 2 machine guns. Feng Qingyu coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, but his tall and burly body that looked like a hulk did not fall, and even managed to turn around. Roar! Roar! Feng Qingyu let out a strange roar and slapped at Ao Wuchang. The air in front of him changed instantly. A powerful airflow crashed into Ao Wuchang's leg. Qin Feng could even hear the sound of bones breaking. Dong! Ao Wuchang crashed into the tempered glass and fell down from the second floor along with a pile of glass shards. Only Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang were left in the room. Yan Wushuang was fighting with Qiuya. She was clearly not Qiuya's match. Dozens of bloody wounds were left on her body. Qin Feng's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. It was as if a wild beast was roaring in his body. Bang! The sacred azure battle armor suddenly disappeared. Qin Feng didn't even need his powerful defensive armor. The sacred azure battle armor weighed 250 kilograms. After the weight disappeared, Qin Feng felt his body lighten, as if he was floating in the air. With a leap, his speed increased by more than twofold. In just a split second, he had already arrived before Feng Qingyu. Swish! Qin Feng raised his hand, and a dagger flickering with purple light appeared in his hand. This was Qin Feng's first time using the Blood Drinker blade. He had taken the time to break the seal on the Blood Drinker blade a few days ago. The seal formation was not profound, so Qin Feng used the 5 elements array formation and 3 mid-grade spirit stones and 5 low-grade spirit stones to completely break the seal on the Blood Drinker blade. The bloodthirsty blade was extremely sharp. With a single slash, a long gash was left on Feng Qingyu's abdomen. Blood poured down like rain, and more than half of it was spilled on the blade. The bloodthirsty blade was like a ferocious beast, greedily absorbing the blood. The blade glowed with a purple light. The purple light became denser and denser, and gradually turned red. Qin Feng held the bloodthirsty blade in his hand. He could feel its temperature and consciousness. After drinking blood, the bloodthirsty blade seemed to have awakened and was filled with spiritual energy. Uft! Qin Feng slashed with the blade again, cutting open Feng Qingyu's knee. Feng Qingyu fell to his knees. Uft! 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 Qin Feng did not dare to stop. He leaped up and slashed a few more times. Feng Qingyu's arm was also severed by Qin Feng. Her back was slashed with more than a dozen gashes. The sight of her flesh and blood was enough to send shivers down one's spine. At this moment, the bloodthirsty blade in Qin Feng's hand was glowing brightly, like a burning flame with endless fighting spirit. Rumble! While Qin Feng was excitedly stabbing Feng Qingyu, a loud noise came from the other side. Qin Feng saw Qiuya throwing Yan Wushuang into the air. Qiuya did not appear. Instead, a slender Wu Sherdao floated in the air and was about to slash at Yan Wushuang's abdomen. No! Qin Feng let out a heart-wrenching roar. But Wu Sherdao did not stop at all. It directly slashed a bloody gash on Yan Wushuang's abdomen. Unknowingly, Qin Feng's fist was ignited with flames. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hair was standing on top of his head. He was in a state of rage. "Chiuya, I want you dead." Ignoring the half-dead Feng Qingyu, Qin Feng let out a furious roar and smashed his flaming fist into the air. Qin Feng retracted his sacred azure battle armor and moved at lightning speed. This time, Chiuya did not have time to dodge and was sent flying out of the window. "Little pig, I want to see Chiuya." Qin Feng poured a bottle of healing powder on Yan Wushuang's wound and jumped out of the window on the second floor. The casino of Vientiane was surrounded by a police cordon. Hundreds of fully armed Special Forces members were guarding the perimeter. As soon as Qin Feng jumped out of the window, hundreds of guns were aimed at him. It was a terrifying scene to behold. "Don't shoot. She's one of us." Li Ye's anxious voice rang out. The hundreds of Special Forces members quickly put away their guns. "Master, Chiuya's ninjutsu is a kind of camouflage. She uses the surrounding environment to assimilate herself. Master will be able to see her if you buy a pair of heat-sensing glasses," Little Pig said. Without a second thought, Qin Feng bought a pair of heat-sensing glasses. A pair of dazzling glasses appeared on Qin Feng's face. The world in front of Qin Feng changed. It was filled with red patterns, and the red represented temperature. Soon, Qin Feng found Chiuya's trail 100 meters away. Chiuya was punched by Qin Feng and seemed to be severely injured. She was running away now. "How dare you hurt the woman I pre-ordered? You must die." Qin Feng's eyes were filled with ferocity as he chased after Chiuya. Chiuya soon found Qin Feng. Her beautiful eyes that were filled with spirit flickered with a strange light. She could not figure out how Qin Feng found her trail. The two of them ran all the way to the bottom of a barren mountain. Chiuya was bleeding all the way, coupled with the strenuous exercise. Her face was pale, and she did not have much strength left. "Chiuya, let's see where you can run to now." Qin Feng roared angrily. He leaped into the air and arrived next to Chiuya in a breath's time. His fist that was burning with flame slammed down and sent Chiuya flying. "Uft!" Chiuya spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. After she fell to the ground, she did not even have the strength to stand up. Qin Feng leaped to Chiuya's side and finally saw her face clearly. Chiuya's black samurai attire was in tatters. Her snow-white chest and blood-stained long legs were exposed to the air. The black mask on her face had fallen off during the fight. An exquisite oval face entered Qin Feng's eyes. Coupled with her sexy cherry red lips, she was definitely a rare Japanese beauty. "Tell me, how many people from Yamaguchi-gumi are here? Do you have any accomplices?" Qin Feng suppressed his anger and did not kill Chiuya immediately. Chiuya seemed to know that she was definitely going to die this time, so she simply closed her eyes and waited for death. As the #1 heavenly ninja of Yamaguchi-gumi, Chiuya had undergone strict training since she was young. Even if she died, she would not divulge any of the organization's secrets. Where is Yamaguchi-gumi's base? What's the strength of the most powerful expert there? Qin Feng asked a few more questions when he saw that Chiuya did not speak. Chiuya sat on the ground as if she did not hear Qin Feng. She held her head high and closed her eyes. She looked as if she was waiting for Qin Feng to kill her. "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Qin Feng was infuriated by Chiuya's provocative actions. "Then hurry up and kill her. Stop talking nonsense." Chiuya finally opened her mouth. Her voice was cold and distant. Qin Feng gritted his teeth in anger. He could tell that Chiuya was not afraid of death. If he killed Chiuya just like that, it would be letting her off lightly. Qin Feng's gaze suddenly fell on Chiuya's snow-white chest. A mischievous smile flashed across his eyes. "You're not afraid of death? I have a way to make you talk." Qin Feng grabbed Chiuya's full breasts with his large hand. "Ah, why you let go? You beast, hurry up and kill me. This move was very effective. Chiuya, who was calm and collected in the face of death, suddenly became nervous. Not only did Qin Feng not let go, but he also increased the strength of his hand. Chiuya looked pained. Are you going to talk or not? Chapter 756. Qin Feng couldn't help but admire Chiuya's loyalty. China's green dragon Feng Qingyu was willing to betray China under the temptation of benefits. On the other hand, Chiuya didn't want anything. When Qin Feng used extreme methods to deal with her, Chiuya gritted her teeth and pledged her loyalty to Yamaguchi Gumi. This made Qin Feng look at her in a different light. Unfortunately, the two of them were enemies since birth. Qin Feng would not be merciful to his enemies. Are you sure you won't tell me? Actually, I'm looking forward to tasting you. Qin Feng increased the strength in his hand and started to tear Chiuya's clothes with his other hand. Chiuya looked like she was struggling. However, she gritted her teeth and refused to say anything about the organization's secrets. Very well, you asked for it. Qin Feng's patience was completely exhausted by Chiuya. He tore her clothes with his large hand, and soon, Chiuya was naked. Don't touch me! Just as Qin Feng pounced on her, Chiuya's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, Qin Feng grabbed Chiuya's wrists with one hand and held her down with the other. He did not allow her to move. Qin Feng's body pressed tightly against Chiuya's. Just as the two of them were about to fuse together, Qin Feng said coldly, I'll give you one last chance. Answer my questions. Qin Feng's expression was stern and cold. He was not joking. A hint of hesitation flashed across Chiuya's clear and beautiful eyes. However, she quickly regained her iciness and determination. Don't even think about it. I will never betray the organization. I'm warning you, if you really touch me, you'll... Before Chiuya could say the word regret, she suddenly let out a low moan. Qin Feng's body sank down as he was punishing Chiuya. Chiuya's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She endured the stinging pain and wanted to struggle. However, she was not as strong as Qin Feng. Qin Feng started with the intention of teaching Chiuya a lesson. However, he gradually forgot his original intention. Chiuya's body was so soft that it was as if she had no bones. Perhaps it was because she had been training as a ninja since she was young. Her body was very coordinated and flexible. No matter how Qin Feng played with her, it felt very smooth to Qin Feng. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. However, to Chiuya, it felt as long as half a century. Qin Feng got up from Chiuya's body. Chiuya looked at the pool of blood on the ground, and her heart sank to the bottom. Xiao Feng, remember this well. I, Chiuya, will return and tear you into pieces. While Qin Feng was putting on his clothes, Chiuya's angry roar suddenly came from the sky. When Qin Feng looked over, he discovered that Chiuya was running away naked. There wasn't even a ghost in sight. Qin Feng hurriedly put on his heat-sensing goggles, but he still couldn't find any trace of Chiuya. Master, there's no need to look anymore. Chiuya must have discovered that you used the heat-sensing goggles to track her. This time, her invisibility technique even changed the temperature of her body. She's already fused with the temperature of her surroundings. Little Pig's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng's jaw dropped, and his face was filled with astonishment. Needless to say, the invisibility technique of the Japanese ninjas was indeed extraordinary. Even the temperature could be changed. Qin Feng looked at the desolate surroundings and began to admire Chiuya. It was obvious that Chiuya was severely injured. She didn't even have the strength to resist Qin Feng. Now, she actually ran away again. This could only mean that Chiuya had secretly recovered her strength in the past half an hour. Chiuya was indeed worthy of the title of Japan's #1 ninja. To be able to do this under such circumstances, Chiuya ran away. Qin Feng was somewhat depressed. He suddenly thought of Feng Qingyu and Yan Wushuang, so he hurriedly turned around and rushed back to the casino of Yantian. Xiao Feng, I finally found you. Where did you run off to? You're not hurt, are you? Let's hurry to the hospital for a checkup. Just as Qin Feng returned, Leah ran over with an anxious expression on her face. She held Qin Feng's arm and carefully examined his injuries. Qin Feng let Leah examine him while he looked at the casino of Vientiane. The hundreds of Special Forces members guarding the area had already left. A large crowd of onlookers blocked the area. The casino of Vientiane had cordoned off the area, and dozens of ordinary police officers were evacuating the crowd. Leah, how is my companion? Have Honda and Wei Tianhao been arrested? Qin Feng retracted his gaze and asked Leah. Li, you checked Qin Feng's body and discovered that his entire body was covered in wounds, causing Leah's eyes to moisten. Xiao Feng, let's go to the hospital quickly. You have so many wounds on your body, and some of them are still bleeding. Hurry up and bandage them. Leah held Qin Feng's arm tightly and walked towards the police car. Qin Feng's arm was pressed against Leah's full body, causing Qin Feng to suddenly think of the battle with Qiu Yi not long ago. Qin Feng pulled his arm away and said with a cold face, I'm asking you, how is my companion? When Qin Feng left, Blue Dragon Ji Yi had already been sent flying from the second floor by Feng Qingyu. Qin Feng did not even know if Ji Yi was dead or alive. Seeing that Qin Feng was suddenly angry, Leah pouted and complained, Why are you so fierce? I'm just concerned about you. Your friends have all been sent to the private military hospital. I'll take you there now. Leah then grabbed Qin Feng's arm and pulled him into the car. The two of them got into the car, and Leah sped all the way, quickly arriving at a heavily guarded, military-restricted area. When the guards saw Leah's car, they let it pass, and the car finally stopped in front of a hospital building. Qin Feng followed Leah all the way to the intensive care unit on the top floor. After entering the room, he saw Ji Yi and Ao Wuchang lying on separate beds. Senior Ji Yi, Branch Leader Wuchang, are you all right? Ji Ye's entire body was wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Ao Wuchang was not much better off. One of his arms was in a cast, and one of his legs was hanging in midair. Xiao Feng, where did you go? You scared me to death. I thought you were dead. When Ao Wuchang saw Qin Feng enter, he was so excited that he wanted to get up. In the end, one of his legs was still hanging in midair, and before he could get up, he almost fell off the bed. Qin Feng shot to Ao Wuchang's side and immediately supported him. Branch Leader Wuchang, don't be so agitated. How could Ao Wuchang not be excited? Ever since he established the Hong sect and stabilized his foundation, no one dared to provoke him. Ao Wuchang had forgotten how long it had been since he had fought, especially a big battle like today. Just thinking about it made him excited. I told the nurse long ago not to tie my legs up. Although my legs are broken, I can reattach them myself. We are Hua Xia ancient martial arts practitioners, not ordinary people. What does it look like to hang me up like this? Ao Wuchang couldn't help but complain, making Qin Feng laugh. When Ji Yi saw that Qin Feng had returned, his worried heart was finally at ease. Xiao Feng, you really hid yourself well. I've been in the dragon sect for so long. Why didn't I notice you before? Ji Yi looked at Qin Feng and laughed. Qin Feng scratched his head awkwardly and quickly changed the topic. Cough, cough. Seeing that you guys can still joke with me, it seems like your injuries are not serious. Then I'm relieved. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, Ao Wuchang and Ji Yi started to complain. Brother Xiao Feng, your injuries are not serious? If you were an ordinary person, you would have died hundreds of times. To tell you the truth, I, Blue Dragon Ji, have not been so seriously injured for more than 10 years. Everyone had just gone through a fierce battle, and it was already a blessing in disguise that they were able to survive. Although Ji Yi and Ao Wuchang's teeth were chattering from the excruciating pain that came from their wounds every time they smiled or moved, they still put on a righteous expression and didn't say anything pretentious. Qin Feng admired these two tough guys, If they worked harder, they would soon catch up with him. Wow, Big Brother Xiao Feng, you are back. Are you okay? Ao Xiaowan walked into the room with 2 lunchboxes in his hands. As soon as he entered the room, he rushed to Qin Feng in surprise. Little sister Xiaowan, take it easy. Don't spill the food. Qin Feng smiled and put the lunchboxes in Ao Xiaowan's hands aside. Ao Xiaowan ignored Qin Feng's words and hugged Qin Feng's arm to check his injuries. Woo woo, Big Brother Xiao Feng. Why are there so many wounds on your body? After Ao Xiaowan checked, his heart was broken. Qin Feng's injuries were not lighter than Ji Yi and Ao Wucheng's, but Qin Feng had been enduring the pain. He did not want everyone to worry. Xiaowan, why are you crying? Aren't I fine? These are all superficial wounds. I will be fine after a few days of rest. Qin Feng touched Ao Xiaowan's head and comforted him. He had almost forgotten Ao Xiaowan's non-mainstream image with a yellow afro. When Leah saw the tender scene between Qin Feng and Ao Xiaowan, she pouted and ran out angrily. Ao Wucheng and Ji Yi were both emotional idiots. The 2 of them seemed to have seen nothing. They each took a lunchbox and began to wolf it down. Qin Feng hugged Ao Xiaowan and comforted her for a while. This girl finally calmed down. Ah, I forgot to get food for Big Brother Xiao Feng. Wait for me, I will go now. Ao Xiaowan saw that his brother and Ji Yi were eating happily and quickly ran out of the intensive care unit. Seeing that the women had all left, Qin Feng and the other 2 heaved a long sigh of relief. In the next second, the strange howls of the 3 people came from the intensive care unit. Ah, that Xiaoya is really ruthless. I don't know how many cuts she has made on my body. My heart trembles with pain when I move a little. Ao Wucheng roared like thunder. Division Leader Wucheng, I have avenged Xiaoya for you. Qin Feng howled in pain. Ji Yi was not as pompous as Qin Feng and Ao Wucheng. He did not shout, but his face was full of pain. Xiao Feng, did you kill Xiaoya? No, she escaped. Qin Feng said. Fuck, what kind of revenge is that? Ao Wucheng rolled his eyes at Qin Feng. I did it, Qin Feng said concisely. Ao Wucheng and Ji Yi were stunned. They looked at Qin Feng with their mouths wide open and were speechless for a long time. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed by their stares, so he quickly changed the topic and said, How did you deal with Wei Tianhao and Honda? Ji Yi said seriously, They are temporarily detained in the Hong Kong police station. I have reported to the Dragon Gate. It will not be long before the Dragon Gate sends someone to cooperate with the Hong Kong police to interrogate this money laundering case. They chatted for a while, and Ao Xiaowan ran in with a lunchbox. Second Master, he and Traceless also came. Division Leader Wu Cheng, Senior Ji, Senior Xiao Feng, are you okay? Second Master, he came to visit Qin Feng and the other 2 on behalf of the Hong Kong police. Traceless was from the Hong sect, and she came to see Division Leader Wu Cheng. Seeing that someone entered the room, Qin Feng and the other 2 immediately stopped screaming in pain. Their faces were calm, especially Ao Wu Cheng, who endured the pain and said heroically, We won't die. Don't worry. By the way, am I the new international gambling king now? Qin Feng suddenly smiled. Ao Wu Cheng rolled his eyes at Qin Feng and said, What kind of gambling king are you? Today's game was discussed by everyone. Otherwise, you wouldn't have won against Traceless. Before Qin Feng could speak, Traceless said with a smile, Division Leader Wu Cheng, Senior Xiao Feng is worthy of the title of International Gambling King. What do you mean? Ao Wu Cheng looked at Traceless with a puzzled expression. Senior Xiao Feng moves like lightning, so fast that it makes one's hair stand on end. He can't see any trace of it, even if the video is slowed down 10 times. I can't do that, Traceless said honestly. Ao Wu Cheng's expression changed drastically. He looked at Qin Feng and asked, Are you serious? Did you really switch cards in the game with the invincible heroes? What else do you think? Qin Feng glared at Ao Wuchang proudly. Chapter 757. The Hong Kong money laundering mission was a success. The two main participants, Wei Tianhao and Honda, had been arrested. The Hong Kong police had also arrested more than 30 ninjas from the Yamaguchi-gumi. The 3 black vaults in Hong Kong had also been discovered. The only regret was that Chiu Ye and Feng Qingyu had escaped. Qin Feng went to Yan Wushuang's room after chatting with Ji and Ao Wuchang for a while. Yan Wushuang was a woman, so she was placed in the room next door. Qin Feng entered the room and saw Yan Wushuang resting on the snow-white bed. She seemed to be asleep. Yan Wushuang's arms and legs were also wrapped in bandages, and there were 2 cuts on her handsome face. Chiu Ye had slashed Yan Wushuang's abdomen, and the bandages on her body had started to bleed. Qin Feng, run, run. Yan Wushuang screamed in her sleep as soon as Qin Feng sat down beside her. Her beautiful eyebrows were tightly knitted, and a layer of cold sweat formed on her forehead. Qin Feng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He gently caressed Yan Wushuang's face and smoothed out her knitted eyebrows. Group leader Yan, the bad guys have been caught. We're safe now. Don't worry. Qin Feng gently caressed her face and whispered into Yan Wushuang's ear. Yan Wushuang seemed to have heard Qin Feng's words. Her nervous expression slowly relaxed, and her breathing became calm. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You've successfully hooked up with the female boss, Yan Wushuang. The system rewards host Qin Feng 50 hedonist points and a lover's lock. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng. You've stopped Yamaguchi-gumi's money laundering mission in Hong Kong and rescued China's Blue Dragon. The system rewards host Qin Feng 50,000 hedonist points and an angel's sword. The system beeped. Qin Feng had completed 2 missions in one go. Qin Feng glanced at his hedonist points in the system. He now had 80,050 hedonist points in total. A strange-looking chain and a cool long sword appeared in Qin Feng's hand. Lover's Lock host's Lover's Lock has 80% of host strength. Time limit, 30 minutes. Qin Feng's eyes glimmered after he read the Lover's Lock's introduction. Now that he had 80% of his strength, he could easily kill martial artists below stage 6 inner chi. Moreover, Qin Feng studied the Lover's Lock for a while. As Qin Feng's strength increased, the 80% of his strength increased correspondingly. With a thought, Qin Feng put away the Lover's Lock into the system. Then he carefully examined the long sword in his hand. The angelic sword was snow-white and gave off a holy aura. The hilt of the sword was like a pair of wings extending out of an angel's body. It was as if the moment Zhao Fu let go, the angelic sword would fly into the sky. The Sword of Angels was a sword of justice that specialized in killing evil creatures in the world. When used together with the halo of justice metal, the effects would stack, unleashing even greater power. Qin Feng was satisfied with the Lover's Lock and the Angel's Sword. He stored them in the system and began to check on Yan Wushuang's condition. Qin Feng, you're back? Am I dreaming? Yan Wushuang suddenly woke up and stared at Qin Feng with her big, mesmerizing eyes. Qin Feng quickly held Yan Wushuang's shoulder and said softly, Team leader Yan, don't move. Don't open your wound. Qin Feng bent down, and his mouth was almost touching Yan Wushuang's face. Yan Wushuang's face flushed when she smelled the manly scent coming from Qin Feng. Qin Feng, how's the situation? Did we succeed? Yan Wushuang was relieved when she found out that Qin Feng was fine. After she regained her senses, she immediately asked about the mission. Yan Wushuang was also severely injured. She did not care about her injuries when she woke up. Instead, she was concerned about the Dragon Sex mission. Qin Feng was touched by her dedication to the country. Honda and Wei Tianhao were arrested. The Black Vault was sealed by the Hong Kong police. Feng Qingyu and Chiu Ye escaped. Qin Feng briefly explained the current situation to Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang furrowed her brows. She didn't expect Qiuya and Azure Dragon to escape. This made Yan Wushuang feel somewhat regretful. If she knew that Qiuya had to fight with Qin Feng before escaping, how would she feel? I didn't expect Azure Dragon to betray the dragon sect. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Yan Wushuang clenched her teeth. She seemed to have accidentally touched her wound and started coughing. Qin Feng quickly patted Yan Wushuang's back and used his other hand to smooth Yan Wushuang's furrowed brows. He said, "Team leader Yan, don't be angry because of those bastards. You're still injured." Yan Wushuang had never been so intimate with a man before, although a lot of ambiguous things happened when she was trying to cure Qin Feng's severance syndrome. Yan Wushuang wasn't shy at all. She had the attitude of a doctor treating a patient. Now that Qin Feng touched Yan Wushuang's face, Yan Wushuang immediately became nervous. She hated being too intimate with a man. However, at this moment, Yan Wushuang did not resist. Instead, she felt a little sweet. Qin Feng helped Yan Wushuang to lean against the headboard. Then, he took out a box lunch and fed it to Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang had turned from a cold woman into a shy virgin. She chewed slowly. She didn't know if it was because the food in the hospital was really delicious, or if it was because Qin Feng fed her, but the food was extraordinarily delicious. Qin Feng and his group recuperated in the military hospital for 3 days. During these 3 days, Qin Feng had been staying in the same ward with Yan Wushuang. Both of them did flirtatious things from time to time. Yan Wushuang was so shy that her face was bright red every day. Li Ya and Ao Shaowan often came to visit Qin Feng. Qin Feng was taken good care of by these two women. He lived a carefree and unrestrained life. Qin Feng even had the thought of not getting better. The people of China's dragon sect had also arrived in Hong Kong. They were busy handing over the work to the Hong Kong police. The money laundering mission in Hong Kong was finally over. Qin Feng, Yan Wushuang, and Ji bid farewell to Ao Wucheng and Liya and boarded a private flight to the provincial capital. When the plane landed, Qin Feng and his group walked out of the airport and saw a long line of police officers. The police officers saluted Qin Feng and his group when they saw them. Song Changsheng, the deputy leader of the Xian team, brought Lei Ming and Lu Yinyan to welcome them. Senior Blue Dragon. The three of them greeted Ji Yi first. In front of Blue Dragon, one of the 9 dragons of China, Song Changsheng and his group did not dare to put on any airs. Ji Yi nodded to the 3 of them as a response. Song Changsheng looked at Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang and said, "Trao Feng, team leader Yan, you fought bravely in Hong Kong and won a great victory. On behalf of the dragon sect, we are here to welcome you back." As soon as Song Changsheng finished speaking, the 3 of them saluted Qin Feng and his group at the same time. Qin Feng and his group also saluted back. There were many other passengers and people outside the airport. When they saw this scene, they all sighed and discussed it. Under the envious and surprised eyes of the crowd, Qin Feng and his group got on the military vehicles. The row of dozens of domineering warrior vehicles drove out. The Lamborghini, Ferrari, and other sports cars in front of them immediately gave way. Martial Artist Alliance, Dragon Sex Base. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang sat in a row. Song Changsheng and his group sat opposite them. Blue Dragon Ji Yi had other things to do, so he left first. At the square table, there were 2 people sitting. One of them was tall and burly with a dignified look. He was the team leader of the Dragon Sex Earth Group, Exploding Bear. The other one was as thin as a stick. He had a pair of black eyes and a cunning look. He was the team leader of the Dragon Sex Heaven Group, Flying Bird. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang had recently completed 2 important missions of the Dragon Sect, which made the Dragon Sect's Yellow Group famous. After the Hong Kong Black Money mission was over, the 12 leaders of the Heaven Group and the Earth Group were invited to welcome the two of them. Exploding Bear and Flying Bird glanced at Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang indifferently. They completely ignored Qin Feng. However, when they looked at Yan Wushuang, their eyes flashed with an unnoticeable light. Ahem! Are you Chao Feng and Yan Wushuang? The team leader of the Heaven Group, Flying Bird, suddenly said. He looked as cunning as a fox. Team leader Flying Bird, I'm Yan Wushuang, the deputy team leader of the Yellow Group. This is my team member, Chao Feng. Yan Wushuang stood up and said. Qin Feng had already noticed the way Flying Bird and Exploding Bear peeked at Yan Wushuang. Qin Feng sat on the chair and did not move. Yan Wushuang, Song Chongqing, and the others were worried for Qin Feng. These two were the team leaders of the Heaven Group and the Earth Group. They were afraid that Xiao Feng's arrogant temper would return. Who was this brat? Humph. There are always people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth in the dragon sect. They don't know who they are after completing a small mission. Flying Bird glared at Qin Feng. Exploding Bear's dignified face fell. He added, usually this kind of brat will die a horrible death. Flying Bird and Exploding Bear's words were obviously referring to Qin Feng. Yan Wushuang was angry and anxious. She quickly pulled Qin Feng and said, Chao Feng, stand up and greet the two team leaders. Not only did Qin Feng not stand up, but he also pulled Yan Wushuang to sit down. Team leader Yan, we're all from the dragon sect. It's better to sit down and talk. It's too tiring to stand. Don't you think so? Qin Feng put his hand on Yan Wushuang's shoulder and looked at Flying Bird and Exploding Bear with a smile. The two of them were infuriated by Qin Feng, and powerful inner qi burst out of their bodies. Song Chongqing secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead when he saw the atmosphere was in a deadlock. Lei Ming and Lu Yunyun could not sit still anymore. After all, Chao Feng and Yan Wushuang were from the Yellow Group. As the team leaders and instructors of the Yellow Group, they could not just sit back and do nothing. Hee. Team leaders, today is the day that the 12th Peak wants to welcome Chao Feng and team leader Yan. Let's not get into a deadlock. I think it's about time. Why don't we go to the soaring cloud mansion? I believe everyone is waiting for us. Humph, it's just a celebration party. Do I need to attend it personally? Our Heaven Group has to complete dozens of missions every month. If I have to attend every celebration party, I'll be too busy. Flying Bird, the team leader of the Heaven Group, slammed the table and stood up. He glared at Qin Feng coldly and left. Exploding Bear also stood up. His body was as burly as a small mountain. I have something to do tonight, so I won't be going to the celebration party. Exploding Bear also glared at Qin Feng before he turned around and left. Song Chongqing and the other two heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Flying Bird and Exploding Bear had left. They looked at Chao Feng, who was sitting on a stool and touching Yan Wushuang's thigh as if nothing had happened. Song Chongqing and the other two rolled their eyes and almost fainted from anger. All right, let's go. The members of the Yellow Group and the Black Group should be here by now. Lei Ming cleared his throat and reminded Qin Feng. Otherwise, Qin Feng would not stop until the next morning. Ahem. I have something important to deal with, so I won't be going, Song Chongqing suddenly said. To put it bluntly, tonight was the Huang Group's show-off party. Song Chongqing didn't want to go. Last time, at Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang's celebration party, Song Chongqing had been slapped in the face. Now, whenever he heard the words celebration party, he felt a bit of a shadow. Chapter 758. Soaring Cloud Mansion. When Qin Feng and the others arrived, many members of the dragon sect were already inside. The Soaring Cloud Mansion was reserved by the dragon sect, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Last time when Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang completed the William family's mission, they also celebrated at the Soaring Cloud Mansion. At that time, the members of the dragon sect did not recognize Chao Feng. Ling Tian and Yun Fan from the black group shouted at Qin Feng and were beaten up by him. Now that Qin Feng walked into the soaring cloud mansion, everyone's attention was focused on him. In less than a month, Qin Feng had become an influential figure in the dragon sect. He was the person who forced the purple dragon Su Xiaotian to issue a death invitation to him. Su Xiaotian did not come today, probably because he was afraid of being humiliated by Qin Feng. The members of the Heaven Group and the Earth Group were not here. Flying Bird and Exploding Bear probably ordered them not to come. The vice leader of the Black Group, Song Changsheng, was not here either. However, the leader of the Black Group was here and was complimenting Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang politely. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang's arrival instantly divided the crowd into two groups. One group surrounded Qin Feng, and the other group surrounded Yan Wushuang to please her. As for Lu Yunyun, Lei Ming, and the leader of the Black Group, they were ignored. The three of them looked at each other, smiled awkwardly, and ran to the side to chat with each other. Senior Ji is here. The 12 upper peaks are here. A sudden exclamation came from the crowd. The people who surrounded Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang were in an uproar. They all looked at the entrance of the soaring cloud mansion. Blue Dragon Ji was wearing a silver armor made of a special material. The red cloak on his shoulder was fluttering in the wind. He was 2 meters tall, and he looked like a mountain. Beside Ji Yi was a man in a black robe. The man's face could not be seen clearly, but everyone knew that he was one of the 12 upper peaks of the dragon sect. The two of them walked to the center of the hall under everyone's gaze. Welcome to tonight's celebration. Qiao Feng and Yan Wushuang, the vice leader of the dragon sect Yellow Group, have cracked a large-scale money laundering case in Hong Kong, rescued Ji, and found the traitor of the dragon sect, Feng Qingyu. These are all great achievements. The black-robed old man from the 12th peak spoke. His voice was hoarse and deep, and it was hard to listen to. However, everyone clearly did not care about the voice of the 12th peak. Everyone was stunned by the words of the 12th peak. Senior Blue Dragon had been captured. Azure Dragon and Feng Qingyu are traitors. Either one of them was enough to shock everyone. Now that both of them were released at the same time, the entire hall fell silent. No one recovered from their shock for a long time. The 12th peak did not care about everyone's reaction. He continued, "Tonight's celebration banquet officially begins. Now, I'll announce the reward given by the Dragon Gate's higher-ups for this money-laundering task." Blue Dragon Ji, the 12 peaks said in a low voice. Here, Ji Ye's voice was as loud as a bell. "In this money-laundering mission, you were framed by Feng Qingyu and were imprisoned by the Yamaguchi Gumi for several months. You suffered a lot, but you stuck to your beliefs and did not betray the Dragon Sect. Therefore, the Dragon Sect conferred you the title of Marquis and gave you the Redbud Pavilion." As soon as the words of the 12 upper peaks fell, exclamations rang out in the surroundings. Everyone looked at Blue Dragon Ji with envy and jealousy. He was the 4th powerhouse to be conferred the title of Marquis in China's Dragon Sect. A trace of astonishment flashed across Yan Wushuang's usually cold and pretty face. Qin Feng was the calmest among everyone present. His expression did not change at all because he had no idea what being conferred the title of Marquis meant. "Leader Yan, what does being conferred the title of Marquis mean?" Qin Feng asked Yan Wushuang secretly. As the country's most special organization, the Dragon Sect has been passed down through history. It is said that the Dragon Sect's predecessor was the Imperial Uniform Guards. They worked for the government and only listened to the orders of specific leaders. In the Dragon Sect, once your achievements reach a certain level, you will be conferred the title of Marquis or even King. Yan Wushuang explained to Qin Feng in detail. "What's the benefit of being conferred the title of Marquis? What does the 12 upper peaks mean by the Redbud Pavilion?" Qin Feng had just joined the dragon sect, so there were still many things he did not understand. Being conferred the title of Marquis is a symbol of one's status. In terms of military status, one's status is the same as that of a leader. Every powerhouse who is conferred the title of Marquis will be given a private residence. For example, the purple dragon Su Xiaotian was conferred the title of Soaring Cloud Mansion. The crimson dragon Dongfang Mingwang was conferred the title of Marquis. The Eastern Court was conferred the title of Marquis. Now that the blue dragon has been conferred the title of Marquis, the government has given him the Redbud Pavilion. From now on, the Redbud Pavilion will be Senior Ji Ye's private residence and will be under the protection of the country. Without Senior Ji Ye's permission, no one is allowed to enter. Qin Feng finally understood that the title of Marquis was so beneficial that even Qin Feng wanted to fight for it. By the way, you mentioned that other than being conferred the title of Marquis, there are also people who are conferred the title of King? Isn't that even more powerful? Qin Feng continued to ask. Yan Wushuang's cold and pretty eyes glimmered. Just when she was about to say something, the 12 upper peaks suddenly called her name. Deputy leader of the yellow group, Yan Wushuang. Present. Yan Wushuang hastily replied. In this money laundering operation, your performance was outstanding. Plus, you completed the mission from the William family. Now, the Dragon Sect has promoted you to the instructor of the Xian group. Other people would be very happy when they were promoted, and they would be celebrated by everyone. However, when Yan Wushuang was transferred to the Xian group as an instructor, her heart suddenly felt empty. The first thought that came to her mind was that she was no longer in the same group as Qin Feng. Yan Wushuang was a little unhappy. The members of the Huang group were also stunned. Why did they send the cold and charming leader, Yan, away? Why? Ahem, Leader Yan? Ji Yi couldn't help but remind Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang immediately came back to her senses and said, Thank you for the dragon sect's support. After that, the 12 upper peaks praised Qin Feng and promoted him to fill Yan Wushuang's empty position. Now, Qin Feng became the vice leader of the Dragon Sect's Huang group, and he was warmly celebrated by the members of the Dragon Sect. After the applause and cheers subsided, the 12 upper peaks continued. Today, the Dragon Sect has a new member. She is Lu Bingbing from the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Everyone, please give her a warm welcome. When the 3 words Lu Bingbing were heard, the air in the Soaring Cloud Mansion seemed to have frozen. The members of the Huang group and the Xian group stretched their necks and looked around. Could this Lu Bingbing be the fiery Lu Bingbing of the 4 fairies in the provincial capital? If it was really her, then the Dragon Sect was preparing to gather the 4 fairies in the provincial capital. Yan Wushuang was the cold fairy, and Lu Bingbing was the fiery fairy. The Dragon Sect was going to be very lively. Brothers and sisters of the Dragon Sect, I'm Lu Bingbing. I'm very happy to join this big family. A cold voice came from the crowd. Many people heard the voice and looked over. A tall and beautiful woman in a police uniform with a voluptuous body was standing at the side. Her pretty face, which looked like it had been frozen for thousands of years, was mesmerizing. She was really the fiery fairy Lu Bingbing. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Bingbing, and they couldn't move away. Even Qin Feng was stunned. Lu Bingbing had seen Qin Feng a long time ago. After all, Qiao Feng was so eye-catching today. Lu Bingbing's expression was cold, and she was secretly glaring at Qin Feng. She had seen Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang whispering to each other intimately. If there was no one else in the Soaring Cloud Mansion, Lu Bingbing would definitely take off her belt and beat Qin Feng to vent her anger. Ha ha ha. As the new deputy leader of the Huang group, I represent the Huang group to welcome comrade Lu Bingbing to join us. Everyone, let's give her a round of applause. Qin Feng knew something was wrong, so he quickly clapped his hands with a cheeky smile. The others finally came to their senses. Instantly, the applause was like thunder. Beautiful Lu Bingbing. From now on, you'll work for me. I'll definitely protect you. Qin Feng walked to Lu Bingbing and said all kinds of nice words to help her calm down. Lu Bingbing didn't fall for Qin Feng's trick. She lowered her voice and said, "Wait for me tonight." Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He smiled and said, "Do you want to do it at your house or the hotel?" Crack! As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, he heard the cracking sound of Lu Bingbing's knuckles. Before Lu Bingbing could punch him, Qin Feng quickly retreated. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang were also promoted by the Blue Dragon Marquis. Tonight's celebration officially entered the carnival stage. The members of the Huang group were having a lot of fun. In the past, they had to obey the Xian group's attitude. However, after Qiao Feng joined the Huang group, they were no longer afraid of the Xian group. Even the vice leader of the Xian group, Song Chongsheng, was too embarrassed to come. Ling Tian and Yun Fan also came tonight, but they were sitting in a corner and drinking gloomily, especially Yun Fan. Not long ago, his position as the head of the family was taken by Qiao Feng and given to Yun Zhe. Now he wanted to vomit blood whenever he saw Qiao Feng. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was busy picking up girls. He would flirt with Lu Bingbing for a while and flirt with Yan Wushuang for a while. Lu Yinduan also chatted with Lu Bingbing for a while. It turned out that Lu Yinduan was also from the Lu family in the provincial capital. However, Lu Shu and Lu Yinduan were direct relatives of the Lu family. Lu Bingbing was a collateral relative who was 3 generations away. Lu Bingbing wasn't well liked in the Lu family, but because of Qin Feng, Lu Shu started to pay attention to Lu Bingbing. After tonight's discovery, Lu Yinduan realized that Qiao Feng seemed to be interested in Lu Bingbing. Thinking of Qiao Feng's current strength, Lu Yinduan's attitude towards Lu Bingbing changed. Tonight's celebration party was very late. Almost all the members of the Huang group were drunk. Everyone started to disperse. The elder from the 12th peak and Ji Yi had already left. Qin Feng felt that he had drunk enough, so he prepared to go back with Lu Bingbing. On the way, Lu Bingbing's face was cold and she didn't speak. The car finally stopped in front of Lu Bingbing's rented villa in the provincial capital. Bang! As soon as Qin Feng stepped into the villa, a gust of wind blew against his face. Lu Bingbing had held herself back for a whole night at the celebration party. She didn't even turn on the lights when she entered the villa. She directly punched Qin Feng's face. "Bingbing, are you trying to murder your husband?" Qin Feng's body flashed, and he appeared behind Lu Bingbing. He hugged Lu Bingbing's slender waist and pressed his nose against Lu Bingbing's jade-like neck. He sniffed and said, "Smells so good." "Qin Feng, you bastard. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're seducing another woman for me. Let go of me." Lu Bingbing gritted her teeth and stomped on Qin Feng's foot with her high heels. Qin Feng wasn't prepared for Lu Bingbing at all, so he retreated a few steps in pain. "Ouch. It hurts. Bingbing, are you going to rebel if you don't fuck me for 3 days?" Qin Feng spouted nonsense in front of Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing was embarrassed and angry. In the dark night, a white light flashed and appeared in front of Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng grabbed Lu Bingbing's belt and pulled it. Lu Bingbing fell into Qin Feng's arms again. "Not bad, Bingbing. I haven't seen you for half a month, and you've already reached stage 6 inner qi." Qin Feng felt the change in Lu Bingbing's aura. Chapter 759. Qin Feng finally understood why Lu Bingbing suddenly joined the dragon sect. Since young, Lu Bingbing's dream was to join China's most powerful secret organization, the Dragon Sect. However, the minimum requirement to join the Dragon Sect was to be a stage 6 inner qi martial artist. Lu Bingbing wasn't strong enough in the past, but now that she had broken through to stage 6 inner qi, she thought of ways to join the Dragon Sect. Lu Bingbing was tightly held in Qin Feng's arms, and she couldn't break free no matter how hard she tried. Her face was filled with anger, but her heart was filled with warmth because Qin Feng had given her the blood qi pills and qi fortifying pills to let her join the dragon sect. Let go of me. Lu Bingbing's anger hadn't completely dissipated, and her voice was as cold as frost. She lifted her high heel and stomped on Qin Feng's foot again. Qin Feng released his grip in pain, and Lu Bingbing turned around and punched Qin Feng. Ouch! Qin Feng was caught off guard, and Lu Bingbing's punch landed on his wound. Qin Feng shrieked in pain. Stop pretending. My punch wasn't heavy at all. Lu Bingbing couldn't help but complain when she saw Qin Feng's exaggerated performance. However, in the next second, Lu Bingbing's beautiful brows furrowed, and she ran to Qin Feng's side anxiously. She discovered that there was a patch of blood seeping out from Qin Feng's white shirt. Qin Feng, what's going on? Are you all right? Lu Bingbing quickly unbuttoned Qin Feng's shirt. When she saw the scars all over his body, she covered her mouth with her hand, and her eyes became misty. Qin Feng's wounds were caused by fighting with Feng Qingyu and Qiuya. The internal injuries he suffered had healed after a few days of recuperation, and these were only superficial wounds. After Qin Feng applied the gold sore ointment, no scars could be seen in a few days. Although Qin Feng was fine, he immediately clutched his chest and pretended to be on the verge of death when he saw Lu Bingbing's anxious expression. Ah, my wounds are relapsing. These are the wounds I got when I fought with the enemy in Hong Kong to complete the money laundering mission. Ah, it hurts. Lu Bingbing felt as if someone had stabbed a knife in her chest when she saw Qin Feng's painful expression. Lu Bingbing wasn't very good at expressing her emotions. In other words, Lu Bingbing was a woman who was cold on the outside but gentle on the inside. She purposely displayed her cold and fiery side, even though she was extremely worried about Qin Feng. She didn't say anything sweet or honeyed to express her anxiety. Qin Feng, don't move. I'll go get some gauze and alcohol. Lu Bingbing immediately ran upstairs and quickly ran back with the medical kit. Lu Bingbing pressed Qin Feng onto the sofa, and Lu Bingbing began to carefully treat Qin Feng's wounds. When she saw that not only was Qin Feng's chest riddled with scars, but his back was also riddled with scars, Lu Bingbing's expression was so cold that it was about to freeze. If she caught the person who injured Qin Feng, she would definitely tear him to pieces. Lu Bingbing didn't say anything as she disinfected and bandaged Qin Feng's wound. This was her cold arrogance, but Qin Feng could see the deep worry and sadness in her eyes. I've bandaged you up. It's getting late, so go sleep in the guest room on the second floor. Lu Bingbing started to pack up her medical kit. She buried her worry for Qin Feng deep in her heart. Qin Feng suddenly yelled, "Dragon Gate Huang group member Lu Bingbing, listen up!" Lu Bingbing was a bit confused when she saw Qin Feng's serious expression. Qin Feng continued, "As the vice group leader of the Dragon Gate Huang group, I order you to take off your clothes." Lu Bingbing rolled her eyes. She was so angry that she almost fainted. Just as she was about to explode in anger, she suddenly stopped what she was doing. She looked at Qin Feng's body, which was covered in wounds. Lu Bingbing's lily-white hands suddenly fell on the buttons of her clothes, and she undid them one by one. "Dragon Gate Huang group member Lu Bingbing, listen up. You are at Vice Group Leader Qin Feng's disposal tonight." The Hong Kong money laundering mission had progressed. Honda was convicted and imprisoned, and Wei Tianhao was also sentenced. After further investigation, it was found that many members of the Wei family in the provincial capital were involved in the money laundering case. They were originally a big family in the provincial capital, but they were shut down in a single night. They were no longer valued by the public. It was rare for Qin Feng to have some free time these days. During the day, he would attend classes at the provincial capital university, and at night he would flirt with Lu Bingbing and Hua Yan. After staying in the provincial capital for a few days, Qin Feng had heard of Su Qin Pharmaceuticals' fame. Su Qin Pharmaceuticals was too popular recently. Whether it was in the news, newspapers, or WeChat moments, the headlines were all about Su Qin Pharmaceuticals' skin whitening cream and golden sore medicine. Qin Feng had asked Su Qiuyu to establish a medical corporation to defeat the Liang family's medical corporation in the provincial capital. Qin Feng also had a mission to destroy the Liang family. Since this mission was about to expire, Qin Feng decided to go to the Yun province to deal with the medical corporation and the mission to destroy the Liang family. He also wanted to take a look at the women there. Qin Feng was already on the plane to the Yun province. As soon as the plane landed, the system notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a chain mission. Founder of the sect. Side Mission 3. Choose a location for the sect and build a city. Time limit: 3 months. Successful completion of the mission will result in a reward of 30,000 hedonist points and an yin-yang formation manual. If the mission fails, 60,000 hedonist points will be deducted. The mission was a side mission related to the founder of the sect chain mission. The main mission of founder of the sect was for Qin Feng to build the #1 sect in the outer martial world. Qin Feng had already established the Heroes Alliance. Now, the system wanted Qin Feng to choose a location for the Heroes Alliance and build a city. This mission was neither difficult nor easy. Qin Feng didn't rush to Sky City to find Su Qiuyu after he got off the plane. He suddenly received the mission of choose a location for the sect and build a city. Now he was thinking about a suitable location for the sect. A dragon's roar suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's mind. The dragon's roar came from the Heroes Alliance's dragon ranking. Yun Zhe's originally gray name on the dragon ranking shone with a bronze light. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. When he first accepted Yun Zhe into the Heroes Alliance, Yun Zhe was only at Stage 5 Inner Qi and could only be a reserve member. Now that the dragon's roar sounded, it meant that Yun Zhe had broken through to Stage 6 Inner Qi. Qin Feng gave Yun Zhe a Qi strengthening pill when he helped him win the position of the family head. It seemed that Yun Zhe had found a chance to break through recently. After leaving the airport, Qin Feng went straight to Acropolis City. This was because he had already thought of the best location to build a city. He would build the Heroes Alliance at the mountain resort in the suburbs of Acropolis City and name it Hero City. When he arrived at the mountain resort again, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little emotional as he looked at the beautiful scenery and the surging river. Back then, he had learned of Bai Qing's identity at the mountain resort, and it was also here that he had seen through Hua Ming's scheme. Qin Feng stood on the beach and looked at the dense forest across Song River. That was the location of Devil Beast Mountain. Qin Feng had experienced many things in Devil Beast Mountain. The first time he went there, he met Hua Xianyu. Later on, he met Qiao Shishir. Qin Feng's destructive flame was obtained after he killed the flame wolf in Devil Beast Mountain and devoured its monster core. There were memories of Qin Feng and many of his women here. It was also the place where Qin Feng grew up. This place was surrounded by mountains on both sides, and it was backed by Song River and Devil Beast Mountain. There was only one main road that led to this place. This was the best place to build a city that Qin Feng had found, the mountain resort. Stinking brat, you're fucking blocking us from looking at the beauties. Get out of my way. Qin Feng was lost in thought as he stared at Song River. Qin Feng turned to the side and saw 4 sloppy hooligans with dyed hair lying on the beach. They glared at Qin Feng with arrogant expressions. Oh fuck, you still dare to glare at me? I think you're looking for death. Stinking brat, do you know who this is? This is the boss of the mountain resort, Brother Fire. The 4 hooligans jumped up from the beach and walked towards Qin Feng. The leader was a man with dyed red hair who looked like he had a ball of fire on top of his head. Qin Feng suddenly smiled when he saw this person. This was the hooligan Feng Jiming found to teach Qin Feng a lesson at Bai Qing's class reunion. In the end, Qin Feng beat them until they couldn't find their bearings. "This is Brother Fire, right?" Qin Feng said to Brother Fire as soon as the four people walked over. The four people froze. The man with fiery red hair instantly became proud. "Oh, it seems like I'm quite famous. Do you know me, brat?" This time, Qin Feng came back as Qiao Feng. Naturally, Brother Fire didn't know Qiao Feng. If he knew Qiao Feng was Qin Feng, he would definitely kneel on the ground and kowtow to Qin Feng. "I don't really know you, but I beat you guys up before." Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. Brother Fire and the three lackeys froze. The four of them jumped up in anger. "Fuck, Brother Fire. This brat forgot to take his medicine. Brat, you're really tired of living. You think you can beat us with your cowardly appearance? Why don't you go to heaven? Don't waste your breath with this idiot. Kill him." Ever since Qin Feng hadn't come to the mountain resort for a long time, Brother Fire and the others had become the local tyrants. They usually bullied outsiders and extorted everything. When the four of them saw Qin Feng standing alone by the river, they purposely looked for trouble and wanted to extort a sum of money from Qin Feng. They didn't expect this person to be a fool, bang. Brother Fire had just jumped up when Qin Feng sent him flying with a kick. The remaining three lackeys were stunned. They were so scared that they didn't dare to come up. Since Qin Feng already made a move, there was no reason for him to stop. He leaped lightly and arrived beside the three lackeys. He raised his arm and gave them a series of violent slaps. The slaps sent the three of them spinning on the spot. They couldn't tell north from south anymore. Clap, 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 clap. The slaps were very rhythmic. Together with the sound of the waves, it was like a beautiful melody. Qin Feng was in a good mood from the slaps. The three lackeys fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Their faces were instantly swollen like pig heads. It was impossible to tell who was who. You dare hit me? You wait for me." Brother Fire finally regained his senses. He yelled a few times and took out his phone as if he was going to call for help. Qin Feng ignored Brother Fire and continued to stand by the river and enjoy the scenery. Not long after, a row of commercial Mercedes-Benz hurriedly drove over and stopped by the beach. A group of men in black suits and sunglasses jumped out of the car. The scene scared the tourists who were sunbathing on the beach. Brother Fire's three lackeys were also scared. They saw their big brother call for help, but they didn't think they would arrive so quickly. Moreover, when they saw the scene and the neat and orderly team, the three lackeys were a bit puzzled. When did Big Brother get to know such powerful friends? "Big Brother, you're too fucking awesome. This time, we must kill that stinking brat." "Son of a bitch, our Brother Fire's reinforcements are here. Just wait to collect your corpse." The three lackeys didn't know what was going on and started to arrogantly yell at Qin Feng. Brother Fire recognized the leader who walked over and was so scared that he slapped each of the three lackeys. Chapter 760. After learning the identity of the person who came, Brother Fire's three underlings trembled in fear. The Acropolis city had long since become the world of the Feng group. The Feng group's name had spread far and wide. Not only did they dominate the Acropolis city, but the people of the other three cities in Yun province also had to lower their heads in front of the Feng group. Brother Fire and the others were just hooligans from the mountain resort. They could only put on an act in a place like this. In front of the Feng group, they were nothing. "Brother Fire, why did the Feng group's big bro and big sis suddenly come? What should we do?" The three little brothers were so shocked that their minds went blank. Brother Fire, on the other hand, had already regained his senses. He crawled up and headed towards Longhair's group. "Hee, Brother Longhair, Sister Wenjing, I really didn't expect you to suddenly come to the mountain resort to play. I'm a small security guard here, usually responsible for the security here. Big Brother and Big Sister came just in time. There's someone causing trouble here. I hope Big Brother and Big Sister can teach him a lesson." Brother Fire blabbered a bunch of nonsense. Lu Wenjing's expression had already turned cold. Long Hair still had a head of long curly hair that looked like an artist's. Coupled with his burly physique, he looked very tasteful. His thick eyebrows were also knitted together as he stared coldly at Brother Fire. "Who's causing trouble here? This is Qin Manor's territory." Seeing Long Hair's fierce gaze, Big Brother Fire felt a wave of pressure. He hurriedly pointed at Qin Feng, who was standing on the beach, and said, "Big Brother Long Hair, it's that brat. He's collecting protection fees here. I brought a few brothers to reason with him. But not only did he not listen, he even hit us. He beat our brothers until their heads were swollen." Brother Fire spread all sorts of rumors about Qin Feng. The three underlings immediately cooperated with Brother Fire's words and ran over. Long Hair and Lu Wenjing looked at the three people and were shocked. So it was three people. Those who didn't know better would think that it was a pig demon. Long Hair's gaze landed on Qin Feng's back. Someone dared to cause trouble in Qin Manor's territory. Long Hair was enraged. However, when he looked at Qin Feng's back, why did he feel that Qin Feng looked so familiar? "Holy shit! Qin! Big Brother Qiao Feng, so it's you!" Long Hair had rushed over with Lu Wenjing's sister-in-law because he had received Qin Feng's call. When Qin Feng turned around, Long Hair recognized him immediately. Before Brother Fire and the others could react, Long Hair swung his thick arm and slapped their mouths. After consuming the blood qi pill, Long Hair was now a stage 3 inner qi martial artist. His slap was so powerful that Big Bro Hua and the others felt as if their heads were about to be sent flying by Long Hair. "Motherfucker, are you blind? This is my long-haired big brother." Long Hair cursed as he beat up the four of them. Brother Fire and the other three were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. They were too unlucky to have provoked the long-haired big brother. "That's not right. Isn't Brother Long Hair the leader of the phone group? Since when did he have a big brother?" Long Hair's fight was in full swing. Brother Hua and the other three felt wronged, but they couldn't say anything. Lu Wenjing didn't care about the situation. When she saw Qiao Feng standing in front of her, she jumped into Qiao Feng's arms excitedly. "Qin Feng, when did you come back?" Lu Wenjing snuggled into Qin Feng's chest like a kitten. Qin Feng caressed Lu Wenjing's head and inhaled the familiar fragrance on her body. He said softly, "I just came back. The first thing I thought of was you." Qin Feng lied without batting an eyelid. Lu Wenjing didn't believe him, but she was still sweetened by his sweet words. She couldn't stop giggling. After not seeing each other for a long time, the two of them hugged and whispered to each other. Apart from the sound of rolling waves, they could hear the screams of Brother Fire and the others. Long Hair ran to Qin Feng with a cheeky smile on his face. "Hee hee, Big Brother Qiao Feng, you're back. I've beaten up those blind brats. What should we do with them?" Qin Feng and Lu Wenjing were in the middle of an intimate moment when they were interrupted by Long Hair. Qin Feng roared, "Throw them into the river to feed the fishes." Long Hair was stunned. He thought that young Master Qin was indeed ruthless. However, Long Hair only needed to do as he was told and immediately ran away. Qin Feng hugged Lu Wenjing and stood by the river. The two of them kissed passionately. The feeling and mood were wonderful. The two of them kissed until the end of time. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Wenjing gently pushed Qin Feng away and panted. She was almost suffocated from the kiss. "Phew! Qin Feng, don't you need to breathe?" Lu Wenjing leaned into Qin Feng's embrace. Qin Feng smiled and said, "I'm a stage 8 inner qi expert now. I can hold my breath for an hour. Your realm is still too low. If you have nothing to do, you should cultivate. It'll only benefit you." Before Qin Feng left Acropolis City, he gave the women around him blood qi pills. These women all broke through to stage 2 inner qi. "Young Master Qin, why did you ask us to come here?" Long Hair and the members of the phone group were left to the side for half an hour. Long Hair couldn't help but run over. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Long Hair and said, "Oh, right. How did you deal with those 4 brats?" Long Hair was startled. "Young Master Qin, didn't you tell me to throw them into the river to feed the fishes?" The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He just said those words out of anger. He didn't expect Long Hair, the idiot, to really throw them into the river. Long Hair saw that Qin Feng's expression wasn't right and immediately realized that he might have misunderstood. Before Qin Feng could reprimand him, Long Hair hurriedly yelled at his subordinates behind him. "You bunch of idiots! Who told you to throw those 4 people into the river? Hurry up and get them back!" The members of the Feng group felt wronged. It was clearly Long Hair who gave the order, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. They hurriedly ran to the river to find them. Qin Feng hugged Lu Wenjing and walked toward the 5-star hotel in the mountain resort. Long Hair followed behind them. The tourists who were sunbathing on the beach came back to their senses. Everyone looked at Qin Feng with respect and envy. They were guessing Qin Feng's background. "Qin Feng, you're back!" "Qin Feng, why didn't you tell us earlier? I could have picked you up at the airport." Just as Qin Feng arrived at the hotel, 5 beautiful figures surrounded him. The 5 were Zhao Lingxian, Lin Bei, Bai Qing, Liu Qin, and Lu Xiaojia. Qin Feng was very happy to see these beauties. Ever since these women broke through and became martial artists, their bodies gained a bit more spiritual energy. They were already beauties with outstanding temperaments, and now they were even more ethereal and beautiful. They attracted countless gazes as soon as they arrived. "Big brother Qin Feng, you're finally back. Little sister Xiao Jia missed you to death." Lu Xiaojia ran to Qin Feng's side and held his other arm. Qin Feng didn't see Lu Xiaojia the last time he came back. After not seeing her for a few months, Qin Feng found that little sister Xiao Jia had grown taller. Her breasts seemed to have developed quite a bit. "Hey, what are you 2 doing? Hurry up and let go of Qin Feng." Bai Qing was unhappy when she saw Lu Wenjing and Lu Xiaojia monopolizing Qin Feng. When Qin Feng wasn't here, the women of Acropolis City had split into teams. Lu Wenjing and Lu Xiaojia were naturally on the same team. Zhao Lingxian, Lin Bei, and Bai Qing were good friends. Liu Qin had an ambiguous relationship with Qin Feng, so she didn't know which side to stand on. As such, she maintained a neutral attitude. "Why should I let go? Qin Feng was originally my sister." Lu Wenjing purposely angered Bai Qing because Bai Qing usually angered her a lot. Zhao Lingxian was also unhappy. She angrily stood up for Bai Qing and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Qin Feng is my fiancé. When did he become your sister's?" "Big sister Lingxian, you're the one talking nonsense. Big brother Qin Feng has been with my big sister for a long time. He's also interested in Xiaojia and even peeked at her body." Lu Xiaojia pouted cutely when she saw someone bullying her big sister. All the women's gazes fell on Qin Feng. They were all dumbfounded by Qin Feng's shameless actions. It was fine that he was lecherous, but he even did it to a minor? "Hey, why are you guys looking at me like that? Xiao Jia was just teasing you guys. Do you think I'm that kind of shameless person?" Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaojia. He was infuriated to death by this little girl's liar. All the beauties looked at Qin Feng and nodded seriously. They always quarreled when they saw each other, but this time they reached a rare consensus. You're that kind of person." Seeing Qin Feng's speechless expression, Lu Xiaojia waved her little fist in victory. Although these beauties liked to quarrel, they knew their limits and wouldn't say anything too excessive. "All right, everyone, stop fooling around. I came back this time because I have something important to discuss with you guys. Let's go to the hotel first." Qin Feng was scared by these beauties and led the way into the hotel. The 6 beauties followed Qin Feng into the hotel. Seeing this scene, the tourists' jaws dropped to the ground. They were so envious of Qin Feng. When Qin Feng left last time, He handed the royal hotel over to Bai Qing to manage. All of the other hotels under Royal Group were also managed by Bai Qing. Now that Chairman Bai had arrived, the manager of the hotel in the mountain resort immediately personally received Qin Feng and the others and arranged a presidential suite on the top floor for everyone. When the group entered the room, Qin Feng casually hugged Zhao Lingxian and Lin Bei and sat on the sofa. Lin Bei was as obedient and well-behaved as ever. When Bai Qing and Zhao Lingxian were arguing with Lu Wenjing and Lu Wenjing, Lin Bei was too embarrassed to help. Zhao Lingxian was naturally seductive. Ever since she had sex with Qin Feng, she became more and more seductive. Qin Feng didn't even dare to look closely at Zhao Lingxian's tender and alluring face. He was deeply afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his emotions. The other women sat around Qin Feng, while Long Hair stood across from him. He pretended not to see the flirtatious actions between Qin Feng and these beauties. Qin Feng was in the presidential suite and surrounded by his own people. So he put away the sacred azure battle armor and returned to his original appearance. Qin Feng, did something happen for you to come back so suddenly? Lin Bei lay in Qin Feng's embrace and looked at him worriedly. Qin Feng lovingly patted Lin Bei's fragrant shoulder and smiled. It's not a bad thing, it's a good thing. I'm going to make a big renovation of the mountain resort and build my own city here. In the future, you guys can all stay here. When I'm done with everything, I'll come back and accompany you guys every day. Hearing that Qin Feng wanted to build his own city, the women's eyes all sparkled. Long Hair became hot-blooded and shouted excitedly, Young Master Qin building a city? Leave it to me. I'll definitely do it well. Long Hair's yell was very loud, like a wild beast's. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at him and said, The city I want to build isn't simple. I'm going to buy the empty mountain behind the mountain resort and build a huge city. The city has to be as prosperous as a first-rate metropolis. Hospitals, schools, banks, entertainment venues. Not a single one can be missing. Chapter 761. After hearing Qin Feng's city plan, Long Hair and the beauties were all dumbfounded. You're not building a city. You're building a small country, right? Ha ha, young Master Qin. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Long Hair, who had been full of fighting spirit just a moment ago, immediately shriveled. Qin Feng, why are you building such a big city? Zhao Lingxian looked at Qin Feng in confusion. Qin Feng originally wanted to build a city because of the system's quest. However, after thinking about it, he decided that, since he was going to build a city, he should make it the best city possible. Now that Qin Feng had so many beauties by his side, he naturally wanted to give them a safe and comfortable home. This city was what Qin Feng wanted to give to these women. From now on, this would be everyone's home. In Hero City, Qin Feng was the king, and his women were all queens. This city will be our home from now on, so of course I have to make it the best. Qin Feng didn't mention the system's quest, and only told them his thoughts. The beauties were all moved. They could see Qin Feng's change. Qin Feng went from a hedonistic young master to a powerful Chinese expert. Every day, Qin Feng lived in danger. He fought openly and covertly with the top powers and enemies of China. He shouldered a heavy responsibility that he didn't dare to shoulder before, and the beauties all knew that Qin Feng was working very hard. They also knew that Qin Feng worked so hard because he wanted to bring them safety and happiness. I've already decided on a name for this city. It'll be called Hero City. Long Hair, you'll be responsible for the construction of Hero City. I'll also find some helpers to help you, so you don't have to feel so much pressure. Qin Feng rarely became so serious. Long Hair didn't refuse anymore. With a serious expression, he said, Don't worry, young Master Qin. I'll do my best to build Hero City. After the beauties confirmed that Qin Feng really wanted to build Hero City, they all became very excited. They surrounded Qin Feng and began to give their opinions and ideas. These beauties were all naturally intelligent, and they quickly thought of many good construction methods and novel ideas. Long Hair took out a pen and paper and earnestly recorded everyone's good ideas. Qin Feng, building such a large city will require a lot of money, right? Li Yuqin, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Her little money-grubber personality hadn't changed. Qin Feng glanced at Li Yuqin. Li Yuqin was wearing her signature black silk half-skirt dress, which vividly displayed her arrogant body. Qin Feng's gaze involuntarily fell on Li Yuqin's beautiful legs. He suddenly thought of Li Yuqin's video call in the middle of the night. A ball of fire suddenly rose in Qin Feng's stomach, and he almost couldn't control his emotions. When Li Yuqin saw Qin Feng staring at her with a burning gaze, her charming face instantly flushed red. That night, Li Yuqin didn't know why, but after eating the blood qi pill that Qin Feng gave her, she inexplicably wanted a man to comfort her. After thinking about it, Li Yuqin could only think of Qin Feng. So, for some reason, she opened a video call with Qin Feng, and the two of them actually did it on the video. Now, every time Li Yuqin thought about her crazy actions that night, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. You, why do you keep looking at me? I'm asking you a question. Li Yuqin couldn't stand being stared at by Qin Feng. She pretended to be angry and glared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng hastily shook his head and threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. Ahem. Of course, we need a lot of money to invest. But money isn't a big problem. Our royal group should have made a lot of money, right? Let's use this money to build the city. If it's still not enough, I'll ask Su Qin Pharmaceuticals to invest in us. Qiu Yu has the most money. None of the women present knew Su Qiu Yu, but they went crazy when they heard Su Qin Pharmaceuticals. What? You know the female CEO of Su Qin Pharmaceuticals? Qin Feng, are you serious? The beauties stared at Qin Feng like hungry wolves, which scared him to death. I am just friends with her. Please don't misunderstand me, Qin Feng said with a hint of guilt. The beauties were immediately displeased. How can you be friends with her? Hurry up and woo her. Big brother Feng, I want the whitening cream. You must trick the female CEO of Su Qin Pharmaceuticals into bed with you and make her our good sister. These beauties said one thing and another. One moment, they complained that Qin Feng was too lecherous, and the next moment, they encouraged Qin Feng to get Su Qiu Yu. Qin Feng couldn't get used to it. Su Qin Pharmaceuticals, whitening cream, and golden sore medicine are very popular these days. They can't be bought in Acropolis City. A few of my friends in Acropolis City said they have to line up at night to get the real product in the morning. My sisters who have used the real whitening cream all say it's very effective. Qin Feng, I want the whitening cream too. Zhao Ling Xian hugged Qin Feng's arm tightly and said coquettishly. Qin Feng couldn't resist Zhao Ling Xian's temptation. This naturally seductive woman was no joke. She could practically steal a man's soul. Ahem. Since you all strongly recommend me to get Su Qiu Yu, I'll have to compromise. Don't worry, I'll have someone deliver the whitening cream tomorrow. Each of you can have a box. Qin Feng looked very reluctant, and the beauties screamed excitedly. Long Hair hurriedly covered his ears. Otherwise, his eardrums would have burst. After shouting for a while, the crazed women finally calmed down, and everyone returned to business. If we have enough funds, it won't be difficult to build the hero city that everyone hopes for. Right now, we're just lacking a lot of manpower. We need to start looking for a construction team and a reliable supervisor. We need to find people to approve some documents to build a school, bank, hospital, and so on. Since we're building our own home, we need to have a good security system. Oh, Xiao Ji is going to have her own castle in the future. Big brother Feng, can I bring my little friends to play in the castle? The beauties brought up problems that they might encounter during the construction of the city. Lu Xiaojia didn't understand these things, so she sat on Qin Feng's lap and danced with joy. After an afternoon of discussion, everyone brainstormed hundreds of things that they needed to pay attention to. Moreover, They discussed effective and reasonable solutions to the difficulties and problems that might occur during the construction. In the afternoon, the general direction of Hero City's construction was decided. Long Hair started to gather people and prepare to start construction. The beauties hadn't seen Qin Feng in a long time, so they chatted with him for the entire afternoon. Afterwards, the beauties went off to do their own things. There were many problems with the construction of Hero City that the beauties needed to use their connections to solve. In the next few days, the mountain resort closed for construction. Long Hair grabbed most of the people from the Feng group to do hard labor, while Zhao Lingxian and the other beauties used their connections to find construction teams and material suppliers. Huang Jinghua came to find Qin Feng on the third day after the construction of Hero City. When he saw Qin Feng, he was incredibly excited. "Big Brother Qiao, I've finally found you. I first flew from Hong Kong to the capital, but after asking around for a long time, I found out that you came to Yun Province. I asked around and found out that you were from Acropolis City, but after I went to Acropolis City, I found out that you were at the mountain resort." As soon as Huang Jinghua saw Qin Feng, he poured out his grievances for a long time. Qin Feng didn't think that Huang Jinghua would come to find him. "Big Brother Huang, why did you come all the way to find me?" Qin Feng asked. "Hee. Big Brother Qiao, I came under the orders of Division Leader Wu Chang. Now that the Hong sect's power in Hong Kong is stable, Division Leader Wu Chang wants to expand his power on the mainland. So he asked me to find Big Brother Qiao and ask for your help." Huang Jinghua smiled as he scratched his head. Qin Feng was in the middle of building Hero City and lacked strong men. How could Qin Feng let Huang Jinghua go when he came to find him? "Okay, I'm also building my own power here. How about I form an alliance with the Hong sect? We can develop together in the future," Qin Feng said with a smile. Huang Jinghua didn't think too much about it. Seeing that Qin Feng agreed so readily, Huang Jinghua was very excited. "That's great. In the future, if the Hong sect forms an alliance with Big Brother Qiao, we'll be invincible on the mainland." "That's right. What's the name of Big Brother Qiao's power?" "Heroes Alliance. I'm currently building a base for the Heroes Alliance here, and I'll call it Hero City. Since you represent the Hong sect in forming an alliance with the Heroes Alliance, then you can help me build Hero City. You came alone. How can you do that? Hurry up and call Division Leader Wu Chang. Tell him that the mainland is developing rapidly and ask him to send tens of thousands of brothers to build a home." Qin Feng said with a carefree tone, but Huang Jinghua was scared to death. Huang Jinghua looked at the construction teams not far away. There were cranes, excavators, and other construction vehicles. Then there were the hundreds of people from the Feng group working hard on the mountain and digging rocks. Huang Jinghua suddenly felt like he was tricked. "Ahem, Big Brother Qiao, I might have found the wrong person. Can I go back on my words now?" Huang Jinghua looked at Qin Feng with an aggrieved expression. Bang! Qin Feng landed his foot on the ground and left a deep footprint. He said with a smile, "What do you think?" I'm just kidding. In the mainland of China, other than the Heroes Alliance, which other power is worthy of forming an alliance with the Hong sect?" Big Brother Qiao, then it's settled. I'll call Division Leader Wu Chang now. I'm sure he'll be furious when he hears this news. He'll be overjoyed. Qin Feng easily tricked Huang Jinghua. A few days later, he even tricked Huang Jinghua into recruiting 100 elite disciples from Hong sect from Hong Kong. Currently, the construction of Hero City was in its early stages. Qin Feng's biggest concern was safety. He couldn't stay here and wait for the completion of Hero City. He planned to go to Sky City in a few days and destroy the Liang family. Long Hair and the others would be responsible for the construction of Hero City. However, Long Hair, Zhao Lingxian, and the other beauties were still too weak. Now that Huang Jinghua had brought 100 elite disciples from Hong sect to help, Qin Feng was relieved of his concern for everyone's safety. Huang Jinghua was a stage 6 inner Qi martial artist, and half of the 100 elite disciples from Hong sect were stage 3 inner Qi martial artists. In Acropolis City, this kind of strength was very impressive. Due to the construction of Hero City, the mountain resort was closed. The news quickly spread among the upper class of Acropolis City. The mountain resort was a popular place for the rich and powerful young masters of Acropolis City. How could such a good place for one night stands suddenly close down? How were these rich and powerful young masters supposed to live? On the 5th day of Hero City's construction, 3 out of the 4 major families of Acropolis City came. Zhang Hui represented the Zhang family, and the elders of the Zhou family and the Xiao family came personally. The 4 major families of Acropolis City had changed a few times because of Qin Feng. The Qin family was still the leader of the 4 major families of Acropolis City. Zhang Hui joined Qin Feng's side, so the Zhang family was ranked second. The elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Ming, had always been wary of Qin Feng, so he stayed in 3rd place. The Xiao family, which it was the last of the 4 major families, was a newly promoted family. Chapter 762. Zhang Hui, Zhou Ming, and the Xiao family's elder came to the mountain resort for a simple reason. They received news that an important person had come to the mountain resort. So Long Hair from the Feng group brought most of the Feng group's people to the mountain resort. According to what he heard, Qin Feng's women in Acropolis City had been using their connections, and it seemed that they wanted to build a large base in the mountain resort. Zhang Hui and the others didn't dare to slight an important person who could summon the Feng group and Qin Feng's women. They even guessed that it was Qin Feng who had returned. However, they all saw the video of Qin Feng being punched to death by the wolf-headed monster at Devil Beast Mountain a few months ago. He was beaten into a pool of blood, so there was no way for him to revive, right? When Zhang Hui and the others saw Qiao Feng, they all let out a sigh of relief. As expected, this important person wasn't Qin Feng. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have felt like they'd seen a ghost. Zhang Hui and the other 2 didn't know who Qiao Feng was, but they were extremely respectful towards him. If they wanted to survive in the Cloud Province, they had to look at the Qin clan's face. Ever since Qin Feng died, everyone had to look at the faces of Qin Feng's women. Hero City was in its construction phase, and Zhang Hui and the others' arrival was exactly what Qin Feng wanted. Qin Feng immediately arranged for the 3 major families to send people to help build Hero City. Zhang Hui and the others had no objections, and they practically mobilized the power of their entire families to help Qin Feng. The team building Hero City became more and more magnificent, and the construction speed increased day by day. Qin Feng saw that the construction was starting to stabilize, so he prepared to go to Sky City. Hey, this is a construction site. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. At the entrance of the mountain resort, a group of well-dressed, rich young masters arrived. The Feng group members in charge of guarding the entrance immediately stopped them. There were 5 people in total, and each of them had a sexy and charming woman in their arms. Behind them were 4 black-clothed bodyguards. After the 5 rich young masters were stopped, they immediately started cursing. "Motherfucker, do you know who we are? You dare block our way. You're looking to die, brat. Hurry up and fuck off. We're in a good mood today, but when we get angry, even we're scared of ourselves." The 5 rich young masters were arrogant and despotic. They didn't put the guards in their eyes at all. The Feng group members all had bad tempers. They didn't think that someone would dare to behave atrociously against the Feng group in Acropolis City. The 10 guards immediately scolded back. "Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. This place is being guarded by the Feng group. In the future, the mountain resort will not be open to the public. Hurry and scram." Shouting at the Feng group in Acropolis City, "I think you're tired of living." Out of the 5 young masters, 2 of them were children of Acropolis City's 5 small families, while the other 3 were from large families in the capital. The rich young masters from the capital heard that Acropolis City's mountain resort had good scenery and many beautiful girls, so they came to relax. They didn't think that as soon as they arrived they would be closed and blocked outside by a group of hoodlums. This immediately enraged them. Zhang Xing, Sun Peng, what the hell is going on? A man in a white, sleeveless shirt took off his sunglasses and stared at the two people behind him. Zhang Xing and Sun Peng, who were being questioned, were disciples of Acropolis City's 5 small families. When they found out that the guards here were members of the phone group, they immediately softened. Zhang Xing bitterly said to the young master in the sleeveless shirt, "Young Master Liu, why don't we change places? The phone group is Acropolis City's #1 power. Sun Peng and I can't afford to offend them." Young Master Liu and the other 2 rich young masters' expressions immediately darkened. As young masters of the capital, they naturally didn't know the situation in Acropolis City. In the eyes of these 3 rich young masters, the #1 power in a small place like Acropolis City that even birds wouldn't shit in was a bird's egg. Wasn't it something that they could step on whenever they wanted? Pa! The man called Young Master Liu slapped Zhang Xing's head and angrily yelled, "What bullshit phone group? We came all the way from the capital and even took off our pants, and now you're telling us this? You don't think it's shameful, but we're all shameful. Where will we put our faces in the future?" Zhang Xing didn't even dare to let out a fart after being slapped. He even had to smile and say, "Haha, Young Master Liu, Young Master Gao, and Young Master Luo, you're not from Acropolis City, so you don't know how powerful the phone group is. My family's elder strictly forbade me from offending the phone group. I really can't do anything about it." Sun Peng also had a worried expression as he said, "Zhang Xing is right. My family's elder has warned me countless times that even if I have to offend the mayor of Acropolis City, I mustn't offend the people of the phone group. If I offend them, the elder will kick me out." Zhang Xing and Sun Peng spoke with serious expressions, but young Master Liu and the other 2 had disdainful expressions. Wasn't it just a small underground power in Acropolis City? Did they have to make it so exaggerated? As expected, people from small cities had never seen the world. A small power scared them half to death. The 3 young masters from the capital were Lu Chao of the Lu family, Gao Feixiang of the Gao family, and Forgotten Sea of the Luo family. Gao Feixiang and Forgotten Sea were from one of the 5 small families in the capital. Lu Chao was even more powerful as he was from one of the 4 large families in the capital, the Lu family. These 3 people relied on the power of their families and usually acted like tyrants in the capital. Now that they came to this small Acropolis City, they were even more arrogant and unbridled. "You bunch of trash, this young master is warning you one last time. Hurry and scram, or else you'll regret it." Lu Chao yelled impatiently. The faces of the phone group's people were ashen. They had dominated Acropolis City for a long time, and when had they ever suffered this kind of humiliation? The guards were all hot-tempered. The 10 of them roared angrily and pounced on Lu Chao. "Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're asking for a beating." Bang! A muffled sound suddenly rang out, but it wasn't the sound of the phone group beating up Lu Chao and the other rich young masters. Lu Chao and the other 2 young masters from the capital stood with their hands behind their backs. They looked at the fight in front of them with playful expressions. 2 of the 4 bodyguards standing behind them had already stepped in front of the rich young masters and knocked down the 10 members of the phone group in 2 or 3 moves. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xing and Sun Peng trembled in fear. They really didn't want to have a conflict with the phone group, but the bodyguards of the 3 rich young masters from the capital had already made a move. There was clearly no room for reconciliation. TCH, just a group of normal hooligans scared you this much? This is the #1 power in Acropolis City. AI, you 2 are such a disgrace. Seeing the phone group members who couldn't even withstand a single blow, Lu Chao and the other 2 had arrogant and disdainful expressions on their faces. They even mocked Zhang Xing and Sun Peng. Zhang Xing and Sun Peng lowered their heads and stood to the side. They didn't know what to say. They were still a bit worried. The Feng group was clearly more powerful than what they saw. Cough, cough. Why you dare to cause trouble in the Feng group's territory? You'll regret it. After the Feng group members were knocked down, none of them admitted defeat. The 10 Feng group members endured the pain in their bodies and stood up. They glared at Lu Chao and the others like tigers watching their prey. Lu Chao was completely enraged. He said in a cold voice, "I'll give you one last chance. Hurry up and leave, or else I'll kill you." The Feng group members stood in a row and firmly blocked their path. "Don't even think about it. Brother Longhair has ordered that the mountain resort will be closed for reconstruction, unless you step over our dead bodies. Humph. Since you want to die, Bao, kill them." Lu Chao's eyes were spitting fire as he directly ordered the bodyguard beside him. It was as if in the eyes of these rich young masters, the lives of 10 people were as worthless as 10 ants. Whoosh! The bodyguard standing next to Lu Chao flashed and appeared beside the Feng group member in an instant. He slapped the bodyguard with his stage 5 inner chi, aiming for the Feng group member's life with his palm. His attack was aimed at the Feng group member's life. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and the bodyguard in the black suit was sent flying. Immediately after, a rhythmic slap sounded. Slap, 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 slap. "You want to touch my little brother? Are you asking for a beating?" A black shadow flew over. The Feng group members were dumbfounded. A tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared in front of them. This person was Big Brother Qiao Feng. Big Brother Qiao sent the bodyguard in the black suit flying as soon as he arrived. Now he was angrily slapping Lu Chao's handsome and fair face. Qin Feng's speed was so fast that the remaining 3 bodyguards only regained their senses after he slapped Lu Chao's face into a pig's head. "Stinking brat, stop right now." When the 3 bodyguards saw young Master Lu's face being slapped, they were so frightened that they immediately swung their fists. Qin Feng glanced at the 3 of them with a look of disdain in his eyes. He kicked out and sent the 3 bodyguards flying with 3 simple kicks. Thud! Qin Feng's figure landed on the ground again, and Gao Feixiang and the others were dumbfounded. Zhang Xing and Sun Peng were so scared that their legs started to tremble. They already knew that the Feng group was very powerful. Now that an expert from the Feng group had come, the 2 of them regretted accompanying the 3 young masters from the capital here. Gao Feixiang and Forgotten Sea were young masters from the capital who had seen the world, so they quickly regained their senses. The panic in their hearts turned into anger, and they yelled at Qin Feng. "You dare to touch young Master Lu? Do you know who young Master Lu is? You're dead for sure today, brat. I'll call people right now. Young Master Lu, I'll take revenge for you." Slap. Forgotten Sea had just pulled out his phone when Qin Feng sent him flying with a slap. Qin Feng grabbed Forgotten Sea's collar with one hand and lifted him high into the air like a little chick. "You guys are from the capital." After hearing young Master Lu's name, Qin Feng guessed a bit. Forgotten Sea thought Qin Feng was afraid of him, so he immediately yelled arrogantly, "Let me tell you, we're all rich young masters from the capital. The person you just hit is the young master of the Lu family, one of the 4 major families in the capital. I'm the young master of the Luo family, one of the 5 minor families in the capital. You're just a nobody from the Acropolis city, and you dare to offend us? Just wait to collect your corpse today." Forgotten Sea babbled a bunch of nonsense. Qin Feng picked his ear and said, "Oh, you're from the Luo family? What's your name?" Forgotten Sea was slightly stunned. He felt that this man's expression didn't change at all after hearing the names of the 4 major families and the 5 minor families in the capital. Forgotten Sea had an inexplicable bad feeling in his heart, but he forced himself to yell, "Look carefully, I'm Forgotten Sea from the Luo family. I'm the representative of the younger generation, Luo Bin. That's my big brother." "Oh, so that idiot is your big brother. As expected, you Luo family members are all the same." Whoosh! Just as Forgotten Sea finished yelling, Qin Feng threw Forgotten Sea into the Song River at the side. Forgotten Sea? That's a pretty good name. Then you're going to fall into the sea, Qin Feng said to himself, twitching his mouth. Gao Feixiang and the others were dumbfounded as they watched Forgotten Sea draw a beautiful arc in the air and fall into the river. At this time, Qin Feng had already arrived at Gao Feixiang's side. That's right, that idiot said you were from the capital's Gao family, right? What's your name? Gao Feixiang was no longer as arrogant as before. His legs trembled as he said, I am Gao Feixiang from the Gao family. I'm warning you, the Gao family is very powerful. Before Gao Feixiang could finish a sentence, Qin Feng kicked Gao Feixiang dozens of meters into the air. TSK, TSK. People from big cities really know how to give names. Feixiang, Feixiang, now you're flying. AA 2705221. Chapter 763. Less than 3 minutes after Qin Feng's arrival, the entire situation had undergone an earth-shattering change. The 4 bodyguards that Lu Chao brought were all knocked down, and they still couldn't get up. Lu Chao's head was swollen like a pig's. He didn't even dare to speak. Every time he opened his mouth, he would scream in pain. Lu Hai fell into river song, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. Gao Feixiang fell from midair and smashed a deep hole in the ground. Zhang Xing and Sun Peng were standing to the side, safe and sound. However, the 2 of them were so scared that they were covered in sweat. It was as if they were drenched in rain. You 2 are also from the capital. Qin Feng had already arrived beside the 2 of them. With a plop, the 2 of them knelt in front of Qin Feng in fear. Be big, brother. We're not from the capital. We're from Acropolis cities, 5 small families. Big brother, don't hit us. We didn't want to go against the Feng group. We just wanted to come to the mountain resort to play. We didn't think that the mountain resort was being rebuilt. Zhang Xing and Sun Peng were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Originally, the 2 of them wanted to flatter the young masters of the capital and specially arranged for Lu Chao and the others to come to the mountain resort to play. Who knew that they would encounter such a thing? Qin Feng calmly looked at the 2 of them and said coldly, hurry up and scram. Tell your families to send people to help the Feng group rebuild the city. If I don't see your people in 2 days, I will personally go to your residences to visit. Be big, brother, don't worry. We will go back and report this. Zhang Xing and Sun Peng were so scared that they peed their pants. They didn't even care about the safety of the 3 young masters of the capital. They were like clay bodhisattvas crossing the river. They couldn't even protect themselves, so how could they care about others? After the 2 left, Lu Chao and Gao Feixiang became even more afraid. After all, they were the young masters of the capital. Now that they were left in a mountain resort that they were not familiar with, there was no one to help them. Tell me, how do you want to solve this? Qin Feng looked at Lu Chao and Gao Feixiang with a smile. Lu Chao was furious. Even in the capital, he had never been beaten so badly. However, he was under someone else's roof, so he had no choice but to lower his head. Lu Chao pretended to admit defeat and waited to leave before finding reinforcements to kill Qin Feng. This is our fault. Big brother, please tell us how to deal with it, Lu Chao said humbly. Qin Feng could see the unwillingness hidden in the depths of Lu Chao's eyes. He smiled and said, since you're both disciples of the capital's big families, I won't make things difficult for you. Go back. After you get home, each of you just need to invest 50 million in Hero City. Qin Feng spoke casually. Lu Chao and Gao Feixiang stared at Qin Feng in astonishment. They wondered if this person was mentally ill. 50 million in one go. Do you think our family runs a bank? What's wrong? Do you think this method isn't good? Qin Feng's expression turned cold as he asked. Lu Chao and Gao Feixiang immediately came to themselves. Good, that's a good idea. It's settled then. Big brother, let's go back first. When we get home, I'll transfer the money to you immediately." The two of them turned around and ran. They were only delaying Qin Feng. After they left, they wouldn't be human if they didn't find someone to kill Qin Feng, let alone transfer the money. Qin Feng sneered as he watched Lu Chao and Gao Feixiang run away. "Throw these 4 bodyguards into the river." Qin Feng waved his hand, and the 10 members of the Feng group guarding the door immediately became excited. Earlier, they were beaten up by 2 of the 4 bodyguards. Now, it was finally time for them to take revenge. The bodyguards were thrown into the river one by one, and the mountain resort regained its peace. There were construction teams all around, and the plan to build Hero City was in full swing. Lu Chao and Gao Feixiang ran a few kilometers in one breath. When they saw that no one was chasing them, the two of them sat on the ground and took a deep breath. "Young Master Lu, young Master Gao, hurry and save me!" Not long after the two of them sat down, they suddenly heard shout. The two of them jumped up from the ground and started running for their lives. "Young Master Lu, young Master Gao, don't run! Gulialu, save me, hurry, Gulialu!" The cry for help rang out again, and the two of them suddenly stopped halfway. "Fuck, it doesn't look like they're chasing us." Is that the sound of falling into the sea? Lu Chao and Gao Feixiang finally came back to their senses. They were scared stiff by Qin Feng. They thought Qin Feng suddenly changed his mind and sent people to chase them. After the two of them calmed down, they ran to the riverside and saw Forgotten Sea holding a large tree branch and floating in the river. Behind Forgotten Sea were 4 men. They were Lu Chao's 4 bodyguards. Lu Chao and Gao Feixiang hurriedly found ropes and pulled the 5 people ashore. The 5 of them were completely soaked, and they looked like 5 drowning dogs. "Fuck, he actually dared to throw me into the river. I'm so angry." Forgotten Sea panted heavily as soon as he came ashore, and he didn't forget to curse Qin Feng. Lu Chao and Gao Feixiang also had a belly full of anger. They also cursed, "That brat is too arrogant. We already told him our identities, and he still dared to make a move? Is he courting death?" "Young Master Lu, I can't take this lying down. Your family is the most powerful among us. So why don't you find some experts to teach that brat a lesson?" Lu Chao was silent for a while. He suddenly looked at the 4 bodyguards and asked, "How did you get sent flying by that brat? What's his strength?" Lu Chao brought 4 bodyguards. 2 of them were stage 4 inner chi, and the other 2 were stage 5 inner chi. This kind of strength was definitely not to be underestimated in a second-tier city other than the provincial capital. They didn't expect Qin Feng to beat them up so easily. The 4 bodyguards were immediately embarrassed. They had lost all their dignity. In order to not lose too much face, one of them said, "Young Master Lu, that brat is very powerful. I'm guessing that he's at least a stage 6 inner chi expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have defeated us so easily." Stage 6 inner chi experts were rare even in the provincial capital. This was a true powerhouse of the ancient martial arts world. Lu Chao and the other 2's expressions became gloomy. They couldn't understand how a small Acropolis city could have a stage 6 inner chi expert. So what if he's just a stage 6 inner chi expert? What's so great about that? I'll call my family and get the 2 stage 7 inner chi guards to come here. I'm going to kill that brat today. Gao Feixiang and Forgotten Sea didn't let Lu Chao take care of Qin Feng by force. Then Forgotten Sea and I will contact the political forces in Acropolis City and Yunhai Province. That brat seems to be trying to build a base here. I'll make sure he can't proceed with his project. After Gao Feixiang finished speaking, Forgotten Sea chimed in, "All right, I'll call the political forces in the provincial capital and try to get more people to come here." Lu Chao and the others had come up with a countermeasure and were making calls. Qin Feng was drinking iced fruit juice under an umbrella by the beach of the mountain resort when Huang Jinghua rushed to him. "Big Brother Chao, what can I do for you?" After the incident with Lu Chao and the others, Qin Feng felt the security of the mountain resort needed to be improved. He looked at Huang Jinghua and said, "Big brother Huang, I'll leave the security of Hero City to you. Help me guard this place when I'm not here." Qin Feng and Ao Wuchang were sworn brothers, and the young miss of Hong's sect, Ao Shaowan, was interested in Qin Feng. In Huang Jinggua's eyes, Qin Feng's words were equivalent to division leader Wuchang's. "Don't worry, big brother Qiao. I'll build an elite team of guards tomorrow to be responsible for the security of Hero City." Qin Feng nodded. He pulled Huang Jinghua into a detailed discussion about the security of Hero City. After a while, a quarrel broke out not far away. "Big brother Qiao, bad news. Those bastards are calling for reinforcements." A member of the Feng group rushed to Qin Feng and reported the situation. Qin Feng slowly got up from his chair. He wasn't surprised that Lu Chao and the others came back to cause trouble. When they left, Qin Feng could see that they were unwilling. "Big brother Huang, someone came to cause trouble while we were talking about the security. Let's go and have a look." Qin Feng smiled at Huang Jinghua. Huang Jinggua's face darkened. He shouted heroically, "How dare they cause trouble in Hero City? I'll kill them." Qin Feng and Huang Jinghua swaggered to the crowd. A large group of people stood at the entrance of the mountain resort. Half of them were members of the Feng group, and the other half were reinforcements brought by Lu Chao and the other two young masters. Apart from Lu Chao's 4 bodyguards, 2 elders in their 50s arrived. Behind them were more than 20 lackeys. "The bastard who hit your elder in front. Hurry up and fucking show yourself." Qin Feng heard Lu Chao's arrogant yell before he even reached him. Before Qin Feng could speak, Huang Jinggua's figure flashed and disappeared from Qin Feng's side. Slap. In the next moment, the dull sound of a slap reverberated in the air. Lu Chao already had a pig's head. His face was slapped again, and he wailed in pain. Slap, slap, slap. Where did this stinky fly come from? How dare you behave atrociously in Hero City? Your grandpa Huang will teach you a lesson today. Huang Jinghua was a Layer 6 expert. His attacks were extremely fast. His hands moved left and right, and they formed afterimages in the eyes of the Feng group members. The people behind Lu Chao were dumbfounded. They had just arrived, and young Master Lu had just started shouting and threatening words. In the end, the other side attacked without saying anything. This sudden action was difficult for them to adapt to. Uncle Li, Uncle Zhao, what are you standing there for? Hurry and attack." Lu Chao felt like his head was about to be slapped off. He opened his mouth and screamed in pain. Uncle Li and Uncle Zhao came back to their senses. These two were the Layer 7 inner guards that Lu Chao called over from the Lu family. The two of them rushed over after being hit, so they were still a bit dizzy. Rumble. Uncle Li was the first to come back to his senses. He didn't waste any words. With a sinister expression, he slammed his palm towards Huang Jinggua's chest. Huang Jinggua's expression changed drastically. He felt an aura of death suddenly envelop him. Huang Jinghua immediately dropped Lu Chao and met Uncle Li's attack head-on. Bang! The two palms collided and the air exploded. Uncle Li forcefully suppressed the churning blood in his stomach and retreated 3 steps before stabilizing his body. Huang Jinghua was in an even worse state. He flew backwards and spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair. In the end, Qin Feng caught him. "Brother Huang, are you all right?" Qin Feng's expression darkened. He didn't expect Lu Chao to call a Layer 7 inner Qi expert over so quickly. Huang Jinghua forcefully suppressed the blood in his throat and swallowed it back down. "Big brother Chao, I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest." Qin Feng patted Huang Jinggua's shoulder and signaled him to rest. "Who are you?" Qin Feng leaped and arrived in front of Uncle Li, Old Li, the guard of the Lu family in the provincial capital. "Who are you, brat? How dare you injure the young master of the Lu family?" Uncle Li glared at Qin Feng with disdain. It was obvious that he didn't take Qin Feng seriously. You don't deserve to know. Bang! Qin Feng waved his hand and sent out a palm strike. A vast and boundless aura suddenly enveloped Uncle Li. The disdain on Uncle Li's face instantly turned into shock. He felt as if he was trapped by the Grim Reaper. He didn't even have the chance to escape. Uft! Uncle Li was sent flying by Qin Feng's palm strike. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Uncle Zhao's eyes were also filled with shock. Qin Feng's strength was simply too powerful. Uncle Zhao wanted to retreat. AA 2705221. Chapter 764. You're also a guard of the Liu family? Are you looking for trouble in my territory? Uncle Zhao didn't dare to attack, but that didn't mean Qin Feng would let him go. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, another palm flew out. Uncle Zhao experienced the same feeling as Uncle Li. That powerful aura made it difficult for Uncle Zhao to breathe. Even his movements and speed became sluggish, not to mention counterattacking. He didn't even have the space to dodge. Boom! With a loud sound, Uncle Zhao fell to the ground and landed next to Uncle Li. The two of them looked at each other and coughed up blood. The atmosphere froze. Lu Chao, Gao Feixiang, and Forgotten Sea were all dumbfounded. The 4 bodyguards who had been abused before didn't even dare to breathe. Qin Feng's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. The 2 bodyguards just now were level 7 of the Liu family, but they couldn't even withstand one move from Qin Feng. Seeing that Qin Feng had avenged him, Huang Jinghua, who was sitting on the side and healing, was elated. Qin Feng walked to Forgotten Sea with a smile. You look a little familiar. Why are you sweating all over today? It's a refreshing autumn day. Let me help you take a shower in the river. No, Forgotten Sea had just climbed out of the Song River, and he didn't want to fall in again. However, before Forgotten Sea's voice faded away, he had already fallen into the Song River with a splash. Qin Feng threw Forgotten Sea away and looked at Gao Feixiang like nothing had happened. You look a little familiar too. Are you trying to escape? Then I'll help you. Gao Feixiang's heart-wrenching scream came from the sky. He was kicked into the air by Qin Feng. He floated dozens of meters in the air and fell head first into the beach. Only Lu Chao and the 4 black-clothed bodyguards were left because the other 20 or so reinforcements were surrounded and beaten by the Feng group. Before Qin Feng could open his mouth, the 4 bodyguards suddenly ran toward Songjiang. With a splash, the 4 bodyguards jumped into the surging river in unison, saving Qin Feng the effort of kicking them. At this moment, Lu Chao stood alone in the cold wind. His tall and thin body shivered. He regretted coming back to cause trouble for Qin Feng. This person was simply a monster. Such valiant skills were rare even in the capital. What are you doing here? Before Qin Feng could make a move, a group of middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes suddenly ran over from nearby. I'm Chief Feng from the Capital City Planning Bureau. I received a report of illegal construction here. Who is the person in charge here? I'm the Deputy Governor of Yun Province. It said that someone is carrying out a tofu dregs project here. I demand that you stop the construction immediately. You are the developer of this site? I'm Deputy Chief Gao of the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Someone reported you for fighting and injuring someone. Come with me now. More than a dozen men came at once, and they were all senior leaders of different government agencies. Seeing these people coming over, Lu Chao immediately became confident, as if he had seen his own father. Deputy Chief Gao, I'm from the Liu family in the capital. Look at my face. It was hit by that brat. Hurry up and arrest him. If this violent maniac isn't locked up, he'll be a threat to society. And Chief Feng, I've looked into it. This is an illegal private building. Hurry up and bring your men to seal off this construction site. As a member of the Liu family in the capital, Lu Chao knew almost all of the senior officials and wealthy businessmen in the capital. These senior officials also knew Lu Chao. He was a member of the Lu family, one of the four most powerful families in the capital. How dare this brat offend the young master of the Lu family? He would not be able to survive in China in the future. Deputy Chief Gao's face darkened, and he walked toward Qin Feng with handcuffs in hand. Before Qin Feng could react, a dark shadow flickered in front of him. Huang Jingua stood in front of Qin Feng and slapped him across the face. Slap. The slap was not light, and the deputy chief Gao's body wobbled, as if he was about to fall to the ground. Lu Chao and the other senior officials widened their eyes, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Is this guy crazy? How dare he slap the deputy chief Gao without saying a word? You bastards! How dare you stir up trouble in Brother Chiao's territory? Get the fuck out of here, or else I'll kill you all. The Hong sect was the dominant force in Hong Kong. Even the senior officials of Hong Kong had to give them some face. Huang Jingua had been in the Hong sect for a long time, and he had not adapted to the new environment since he had just arrived in the mainland. When he heard Deputy Chief Gao, a mere deputy chief of a branch office, dared to stand up and shout at him, he lost his temper. You dare to slap Deputy Chief Gao. You're finished. The senior officials finally regained their senses, and they threatened Huang Jingua incredulously. Huang Jingua's face darkened, and he said unhappily, "Motherfucker! How dare you threaten me? You're asking for a beating." Huang Jingua was a hot-tempered person. If he didn't agree with him, he would fling away his arm and start slapping the faces of those people. Slap, slap, slap. There were rhythmic slapping sounds all around, and everyone was instantly slapped into pig heads and faces. But those high-ranking officials had already forgotten the pain, and were still staring at Huang Jingua with an incredulous expression. Until now, they still didn't understand. Where did this brat get the courage to hit them? Lu Chao was dumbfounded. Huang Jingua's slaps had completely destroyed his confidence. Lu Chao wasn't an idiot. When he saw Qin Feng's calm expression from beginning to end, Lu Chao suddenly became nervous. He felt as if he had provoked an important person that he shouldn't have provoked. Let me tell you, this is Brother Chiao's territory. In Hero City, only Brother Chiao has the final say. I don't care if you're a senior official or an immortal. Once you're here, you'd better crawl. After slapping the senior officials, Huang Jingua roared at the senior officials. The senior officials stared at Huang Jingua in disbelief. They felt as if they had been transported to another world. Could it be that the land under their feet was no longer the land of China? Fine, you've got guts. Let's see who will be the last one standing. Lu Chao was afraid of Qin Feng, so he didn't dare to boast too much. He glared at Qin Feng and Huang Jingua, turned around, and prepared to leave with the senior officials. In any case, Qin Feng's subordinates had already violently beaten up all the high-ranking officials present. Lu Chao believed that Deputy Chief Gao and the others would definitely think of ways to torture Qin Feng to death. Wait, Deputy Chief Gao, right? Come here. I have something to show you. Qin Feng spoke suddenly. His voice was calm, but to Lu Chao and the senior officials, it sounded like a demon from hell was summoning them. They were so scared that they stopped and didn't dare to move. W, what do you want to show me? Just take it out. I can see it. Deputy Chief Gao was scared of Huang Jingua, so he didn't dare to approach Qin Feng. Huang Jingua's face turned cold. He raised his arm and roared, "Come here if Brother Chiao asks you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Okay. I'll come here. Brother, don't hit me. Let's talk about it. Deputy Chief Gao trembled with fear and ran to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took out a small blue certificate and threw it to Deputy Chief Gao. Deputy Chief Gao caught it in puzzlement. When he saw the 2 golden seals of Dragon Sect on the blue book, he was so scared that he almost threw the certificate away. You! Deputy Chief Gao was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. He didn't expect that he would offend a member of Dragon Sect. Moreover, it was clearly written in the book that this person was the deputy leader of Dragon's sect, Huang group. You, what about you? Are you mute? Huang Jingua was a hot-tempered man. Seeing that deputy chief, Gao couldn't say a complete sentence. He was so anxious that he raised his arm to hit him again. Plop! Deputy chief, Gao couldn't bear the pressure anymore and directly knelt in front of Qin Feng. Be Big Brother Qiao, I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me this time, Big Brother Qiao. After knowing Qin Feng's identity, Deputy Chief Gao couldn't be arrogant anymore. He was just a small deputy chief of the Jindu branch and was nothing in front of Dragon Sect. Any member of Dragon Sect could talk to the mayor of a second-tier city on equal footing. Deputy Chief Gao, what are you doing? Lu Chao and the other high-ranking officials from other departments were stunned when they saw this scene. Deputy Chief Gao acted as if he didn't hear them and started to draw a line with them. Big Brother Qiao, these bastards are here to frame you. I'll help you arrest them all. Deputy Chief Gao suddenly stood up and took out his handcuffs to handcuff the high-ranking officials. Deputy Chief Gao didn't arrest Lu Chao because Lu Chao was from the Lu family in Jindu. Deputy Chief Gao couldn't afford to offend him. Deputy Chief Gao, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? The high-ranking officials who were arrested were furious. They wanted to struggle out, but Deputy Chief Gao was stronger than them. They couldn't break free at all. What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to arrest you. Deputy Chief Gao had decided to stand on Qin Feng's side because Dragon Sect status was so high that he couldn't hesitate. The high-ranking officials who were arrested gnashed their teeth in anger. But Deputy Chief Gao ignored them and brought them to Qin Feng. Big Brother Qiao, do you still want to deal with them? Deputy Chief Gao looked at Qin Feng respectfully. I'm very busy. I don't have time to deal with these bastards. Just help me handle this matter. Don't let me down. Qin Feng said indifferently. Okay, don't worry, Big Brother Qiao. I'll handle it impartially. Deputy Chief Gao couldn't stay any longer. He seized the opportunity and hurriedly left with the high-ranking officials. Lu Chao was left standing on the beach in a daze. He was trembling with fear and felt that a gust of wind could blow him away. Huh, you look a little familiar. Tell me, how are you going to solve this matter? Qin Feng looked at Lu Chao with a smile. Lu Chao's teeth began to chatter. He said nervously, I am really sorry this time. I'll follow Big Brother Qiao's arrangement. No matter how stupid Lu Chao was, he could see it now. The so-called Big Brother Qiao in front of him was not only powerful, but also very powerful. Otherwise, why would Deputy Director Gao suddenly turn against him and arrest the other senior officials? Okay, then I won't make things difficult for you. I asked you to pay 50 million before, but you thought it was too little. Since you're here again, I'll pay 10 times more this time. 500 million. I want it by this time tomorrow. Not just your family, but also the 2 brats from the Gao and Luo families. Help me inform them. Qin Feng smiled and patted Lu Chao's shoulder. Lu Chao was stunned like a zombie. He suddenly felt unwell. Big Brother Qiao, this brat still hasn't left. Can I play with him? Huang Jingua was injured by Lu Chao's guards, so he kept an eye on Lu Chao. Do whatever you want. Just don't kill him. This brat is worth 5 billion now. Qin Feng's voice drifted over. In the next second, Lu Chao's screams resounded on the beach. Qin Feng didn't look at the scene because he didn't dare to look at the cruel screams. AA 2705221. Chapter 765. After Lu Chao, Gao Feixiang and Forgotten Sea escaped, they didn't dare to find someone to deal with Qin Feng anymore. They immediately returned to their families and told their family members what happened. The Lu family, Gao family, and Luo family immediately started to investigate them. After the investigation, they found out that they offended Dragon Sect's Qiao Feng. Qiao Feng's reputation in the capital had skyrocketed recently. In the soaring cloud manor, He had forced Purple Dragon Su Xiaotian into a corner. In the end, he had even sent him a death invitation. Moreover, the 4 young masters of the capital had all become his underlings. Lu Shu, Sima Xiang, and Yang Can had to bow down to him. Knowing that they had provoked such a powerful ancestor, Lu Chao and the other 2 felt so regretful that their intestines turned green. The 3 of them were punished by the elders of their respective clans, and were almost expelled from their clans. Fortunately, Qiao Feng did not pursue this matter further. He only requested that each of the 3 families fork out 500 million to settle the matter. 500 million was not a small amount for the 3 families, but the fact that they could use money to settle this conflict made the higher-ups of the 3 families heave a sigh of relief. After Qin Feng beat Lu Chao away for the second time, he didn't worry that these people would come looking for trouble or refuse to pay. Just as Qin Feng predicted, the 1.5 billion was transferred to his account that night. Qin Feng was currently in need of money for the construction of Hero City. The 1.5 billion was given to him for free, and Qin Feng threw it into the construction fund. The next day, Zhang Xing and Sun Peng kept their promise and personally brought their family's people and funds to help Qin Feng construct Hero City. The people from the other families in Acropolis City, big and small, also came to help the Feng group. While the construction of Hero City was in full swing, Sky City's Su Qin Pharmaceuticals public bidding had begun. In the banquet hall of the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Sky City, Su Qiuyu was wearing a luxurious black dress, revealing her shoulders and smooth calves below her knees. The audience was filled with pharmaceutical companies from all over the world who had come to bid. Everyone's eyes were glued to Su Qiuyu. She was like a goddess, noble and elegant. Su Qiuyu held the microphone and explained the advantages of Su Qin Pharmaceuticals and the future development direction in an orderly manner. In fact, she didn't need to say much because Su Qin Pharmaceuticals was now famous all over the country. The people present were all large pharmaceutical companies from various regions. They were all scrambling to cooperate with Su Qin Pharmaceuticals. Su Xiatian wore a white sweater with blue overalls on the outside. She exuded a youthful aura. She stood on the side of the stage, and from time to time, she led a group of beauties in cheongsams onto the stage to showcase Su Qin Pharmaceuticals' flagship products. This time, the product agent recruitment meeting went very smoothly. The bidders in the audience were very interested in Su Qin Pharmaceutical. Now, Su Qiuyu was not worried about finding a good partner, but about which pharmaceutical company to choose as the final agent partner. Halfway through the recruitment, it was time for the intermission. Su Qiuyu walked off the stage and went to the backstage to rest. "Sis, you've been standing for more than an hour. Are you tired? Let me massage your legs." Su Xiatian followed her sister to the lounge and began to massage Su Qiuyu's legs. Su Qiuyu dotingly patted her sister's head. "Xiatian, do you have any pharmaceutical company in mind? I'm going to recruit 3 agents as a pilot." Su Qiuyu chatted with her sister. Su Xiatian didn't know anything about business. She giggled and said, "Sis, it's up to you. But isn't it better to recruit more agents? Why are we only recruiting 3? I think there are more than 100 pharmaceutical companies here today, and they all want to be our agents. We can earn a lot just from the agent fees, right?" Ever since Su Xiatian started selling whitening cream and gold sore medicine, she became a little money grubber. She wanted to earn a lot of money so that she could keep Qin Feng as her sugar daddy. She wanted Qin Feng to stay with her and her sister instead of going anywhere else. Su Qiuyu rolled her eyes at her sister and said helplessly, "You only care about the agent fees. How much is that? You don't know the stakes. Although our Su Qin Pharmaceuticals is popular, we're still a pharmaceutical company that just started. Many people are eyeing us covetously. We have to keep our eyes open when looking for agents. We can't recruit too many in the beginning. If we let those people with bad intentions sneak in and use our products to play dirty tricks, we'll be done for if they ruin our reputation. Su Qiuyu was a business genius. Su Xiatian didn't understand what she was talking about. Su Qiuyu couldn't help but smile bitterly when she saw her sister's puzzled expression. Miss Qiuyu, you're here. While the two sisters were having fun, a tall, handsome man suddenly walked in. Su Qiuyu hurriedly pulled down her skirt, sat up straight, and regained her elegant and noble temperament. She looked at the man with dissatisfaction and said, "You must be young Master Liangyu of the capital city's Liang family. May I know why you're looking for me?" Su Qiuyu wasn't as cold and arrogant as Lu Bingbing and Yan Wushuang. Su Qiuyu was polite and modest to others. She was always cultured and refined, giving people a sense of intimacy. However, there was always a distance between her and others. Liang Yu chuckled as he walked to Su Qiuyu. He couldn't help but glance at Su Qiuyu's beautiful legs. "Miss Qiuyu, I'm here to talk business with you." As Liang Yu spoke, he glanced at Su Xiatian. Su Xiatian didn't seem to like Liang Yu, so she pouted and glared at him. Su Qiuyu understood Liang Yu's meaning. She said to her sister, "Xiatian, go see Grandpa." Su Xiatian nodded at her sister, glared at Liang Yu, and then ran away. Liang Yu couldn't help but glance at Su Xiatian's sunny figure. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he could marry these beautiful twin sisters, even death would be worth it. "Young Master Liang, can you tell me now?" Su Qiuyu said indifferently. Liang Yu chuckled as he sat across from Su Qiuyu. His gaze was dishonest as he glanced at Su Qiuyu. "Miss Qiuyu, you should know what the capital's Liang family does, right? The capital's Liang family's Liang Medical Group is the largest medical group in Huaxia. You're very famous, so of course I know." "Haha, it's good that Miss Qiuyu knows this. I came to you alone this time because of the cooperation. Now that the two new products launched by Su Qin Pharmaceutical are selling well, if they can be vigorously promoted by the Liang family, I believe that the sales and reputation will be even higher. What do you think, Miss Qiuyu?" Liang Yu's meaning was clear. He was here to cooperate with Su Qiuyu. Not long ago, the Liang family's elder, Liang Qitian, expressed his stance during the family meeting. Whoever could bring down Su Qin Pharmaceuticals would be the new head of the Liang family. For a moment, everyone in the Liang family started to think of ways to deal with Su Qin Pharmaceuticals. After Liang Yu repeatedly thought about it, he decided to get close to Su Qiuyu through cooperation. Then he would take down this woman and Su Qin Pharmaceuticals along the way. Liang Yu was very pleased with himself after coming up with this plan to kill two birds with one stone. "I'm sorry. Among the medical companies that came to the recruitment meeting today, everyone has a chance to become my Su Qin Pharmaceuticals partner. But only your Liang Medical Group has no hope." Liang Yu was imagining Su Qiuyu agreeing to his proposal, but he was stunned by Su Qiuyu's cold voice. "Miss Qiuyu, what do you mean? Why can't our Liang Medical Group do?" Liang Yu looked at Su Qiuyu with a puzzled expression. "You want to know the reason?" Su Qiuyu smiled at Liang Yu. "Because you don't deserve it." Su Qiuyu seemed to have changed from a gentle and refined person to a cold and heartless one. She already knew that Liang Yu and Qin Feng had a grudge against each other. She also knew that Qin Feng wanted to develop the medical industry to bring down the Liang family. Su Qiuyu had an easygoing personality. She could talk and get along with anyone, but there was one kind of person that Su Qiuyu would never treat nicely: Qin Feng's enemies. This was because Qin Feng's enemies were Su Qiuyu's enemies. Liang Yu was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. He could feel Su Qiuyu's hatred for him, which made him very depressed. Liang Yu believed that he had never offended Su Qiuyu before. They didn't even know each other before. "Miss Qiuyu, is there a misunderstanding between us? Do you hate me?" Liang Yu asked. Su Qiuyu didn't answer. Qin Feng told her to keep this a secret. So Su Qiu, you wouldn't tell Liang Yu. Liang Yu immediately panicked and continued. Miss Qiu Yu, do you want to reconsider our cooperation? Are you worried that our Liang family is playing tricks? How about this? How about you and I get married? That way, our medical companies can merge. At that time, we'll be an unshakable legend in China's medical industry. Liang Yu had a good plan. He wanted to win over the beauty Su Qiu Yu, and he also wanted to swallow up the profitable medical company, Su Qin Medical Company. Su Qiu Yu chuckled a few times before her expression suddenly darkened. She looked coldly at Liang Yu and said, This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Don't even think about it. I don't like you at all. Su Qiu Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with Liang Yu. What she wanted to do was to expand Su Qin Medical Company as soon as possible and completely crush Liang Yao Corporation. Liang Yu was still in the lounge in a daze, and Su Qiu Yu had already left. Looking at the empty room, Liang Yu suddenly wrinkled his nose and fiercely inhaled a few breaths of air. An evil smile flashed across his face. It smells so good. You bitch, sooner or later, I'll make you unable to stop under me. After the break, Su Qiu Yu returned to the stage. The listless medical company representatives in the seats below immediately became spirited again. They sat up straight and stared fixedly at Su Qiu Yu's beautiful legs and soft breasts. During the second half of the recruitment meeting, Su Qiu Yu introduced some of Su Qin Group's other products and planned Su Qin Medical Company's future development. Su Qiu Yu even emphasized some hard standards for the recruitment of agents. After Su Qiu Yu finished her speech, it was time to select the agents. Su Xiatian and Su Haonan had already walked up to the podium and sat in front of a row of tables with Su Qiu Yu. The selection decision would be made by the three of them together. More than 100 medical company representatives had already lined up and came over one by one to be examined by Su Qiu Yu and the other two. Hello, Miss Su. I'm the representative of Yunhai City's largest Haitian medical company. Our Haitian group has been established for 5 years and has a solid foundation. Moreover, it's very close to your Su Qin Medical Company. I believe that if we work together in depth, we'll definitely develop very well. Elder Su, I'm a large medical company from Chuanzhou. I'm very interested in your recently launched skin whitening cream and gold sore medicine. I hope to become your company's agent and form a win-win relationship. I'm the representative of the largest medical company in the Jiangnan area. This time, I've come all the way here to participate in your recruitment meeting. I hope to seek opportunities for cooperation. P.S. Brothers, give me some monthly votes. I'm about to fall off the monthly votes ranking. A2705221. Chapter 766. Every pharmaceutical sales representative was holding a thick document that contained detailed information about their respective pharmaceutical companies. Su Qiu Yu's review speed was very fast. She simply scanned through the information, chatted with the other party's representative, and decided on the spot whether or not to cooperate with them. Although there were more than 100 pharmaceutical group representatives from different regions attending Su Qin Pharmaceuticals' recruitment conference, the review speed was very fast. After a short while, Su Qiu Yu had already passed more than half of the representatives. Su Qiu Yu was still carefully looking through the remaining pharmaceutical representatives' information. Her work efficiency was amazing, and she was swift and decisive. It gave people the urge to conquer her just by looking at her. Miss Su, I'm the representative of Jingdu's Liang Yao Group. Your Su Qin Pharmaceuticals has become famous recently, but it's still a lot worse than our Liang Yao Group. On behalf of Liang Yao Group, I'd like to give Su Qin Pharmaceuticals a chance to cooperate. Take a look at this contract. If there's no problem, you can sign it directly. A middle-aged man in a suit stood in front of Su Qiu Yu and said. Su Qiu Yu and the other two raised their heads to look at the man in surprise. There were more than 100 Pharmaceutical Group representatives attending Su Chin Pharmaceuticals recruitment conference today. Almost all of them politely asked Su Chin Pharmaceuticals to give them a chance to cooperate. Su Qiu had been reviewing for a long time, but this was the first time someone asked her in such a commanding tone. Su Qiu glanced at the man and said faintly, "I'm sorry, Su Chin Pharmaceuticals doesn't cooperate with the Liang family in Jingdu. You can leave now." The middle-aged man in the suit was Liang Shuiping's younger brother, Liang Hui, who was also Liang Yu's second uncle. Liang Hui had come to Sky City to negotiate with Su Chin Pharmaceuticals in order to fight for the position of the family head. Liang Yu's method was to cooperate first and then annex Su Chin Pharmaceuticals. Liang Hui didn't have that much patience. His method was simple and direct. He would use the Liang family's strong position to directly threaten the Su family to submit to the Liang family. After being firmly rejected by Su Qiu, Liang Hui's expression had already turned cold. "Miss Su, our Liang family's Liangyao group is an old brand that has been established for decades. It has a strong and solid foundation. It's your good fortune for a small Su Chin Pharmaceuticals to be valued by Liangyao Group. I hope you can take a look at the contract and sign it obediently. Otherwise, if something unpleasant happens, it might threaten the safety of the three of you." Liang Hui relied on his power in the capital and didn't bother to hide anything. He began to threaten Su Qiu. Su Haonan was very dissatisfied with Liang Hui's attitude. His expression darkened. Su Xiatian, the hot-tempered Su Xiatian, jumped up and retorted, "How dare you threaten my sister and grandpa? Go away, you big jerk. Our Su family will never cooperate with you." Liang Hui's expression darkened as he glared at Su Xiatian and yelled, "Little girl, watch what you say. Otherwise, I'll find someone to gang rape you." Su Xiatian was about to start a fight with Liang Hui, but Su Qiu pulled her sister behind her. She glared at Liang Hui with her beautiful eyes and said, "Security, chase this man out of our venue. Dogs are not allowed in our venue." After all, this was Sky City, and Sky City's Su family was the biggest. A dozen or so security guards rushed over immediately. They surrounded Liang Hui and glared at him fiercely. "How dare you cause trouble in the Su family's recruitment meeting? Get out of here." As a member of one of the 5 small families in the capital, Liang Hui didn't expect to be chased away by a group of security guards in a small place like Sky City. Liang Hui gnashed his teeth in anger. Before he left, he glared at Su Qiu and yelled, "You better remember this. I'll make you regret it." "Humph. Sister, that man is a jerk. Why did you stop him?" "I want to beat him up to vent my anger." Su Xiatian pouted angrily as Liang Hui was taken away. "Su Qiu, you couldn't calm the fire in her heart." Liang Hui's words were too harsh. However, Su Qiu was more rational. She decided to accelerate the development of Su Chin Pharmaceuticals and swallow up Liangyao Group to avenge her sister. "Sister, Grandpa, you must be tired. Go back and rest. I'll be here." Su Qiu was afraid something similar would happen again, so she asked her sister and Grandpa to go back first. Su Xiatian hugged Su Qiu's arm worriedly and said, "Sister, I'm not leaving. I want to stay here. If anyone dares to disrespect you, I'll teach him a lesson." Su Qiu patted her sister's head dotingly. She looked at Su Haonan and said, "Grandpa, take her back." Su Haonan sighed, "Okay. Don't tire yourself out. If you can't finish today, you can leave it for tomorrow." Su Qiu nodded at her grandpa. Su Haonan persuaded Xia Tian to go back with him. Su Xiatian reluctantly bid farewell to her sister. "Sister, I'll go back and take care of Grandpa. Don't be angry. When Big Brother Qin comes back, I'll ask him to teach the Liang family's jerk a lesson." Su Qiu watched her sister and Grandpa leave. Exhaustion flashed across her beautiful face. She quickly adjusted her mood and continued to speed up the review of the medical companies. Halfway through the review, A row of tables was set up across from Liang Shuiping. Liang Su, Liang Shuiping's third brother, and a few of his subordinates also started to recruit partners. Friends from medical companies, please come and take a look. I'm Liang Su, the representative of the provincial capital's Liangyao Group. Since Liangyao Group is expanding, we're recruiting a large number of offline distributors. Hurry up if you're interested, Liang Su held a megaphone and shouted. The medical company's representatives, who were waiting for Su Qiu Yu's review, all looked over. Liangyao Group was the most powerful medical company in Huaxia. If they could cooperate with them, their future would be limitless. Director Liang, I'm the representative of Jincheng City's Guanghui Medical Group. I didn't pass the review at Suqin Group. Can I form a partnership with your company? I'm from the provincial capital's Wanfeng Medical Group. Liangyao Group is famous in the provincial capital and the whole of Huaxia. We're developing in the provincial capital, so I hope Director Liang can give us a chance. The group of representatives who didn't reach a partnership with Su Qiu Yu immediately gathered around Liang Su. Liang Su deliberately set up a table across from Su Qiu Yu to get a partnership. His way of dealing with Su Qin Pharmaceuticals was to forcefully suppress Su Qin Group. Everyone in the Liang family thought of various ways to fight for the position of the family head. They also used different means to deal with Su Qin Pharmaceuticals. Seeing more and more medical company representatives running to Liang Su's side to talk about a partnership, Su Qiu Yu suddenly felt powerless. The following review became more and more difficult because all the medical companies with a little bit of strength were tricked by Liang Su, leaving only some new companies that had just started. Su Qiu Yu's Su Qin Pharmaceuticals had just started. She held this recruitment meeting to find a large company with a solid foundation. Now it seemed that the recruitment meeting didn't meet Su Qiu Yu's expectations after a busy day. Su Qiu Yu couldn't even find an ideal partner. Most of the people in the venue had already left, leaving only Liang Su and a few representatives who were signing contracts with Liangyao Group. Liang Su handed over the contract to his subordinates and walked over to Su Qiu Yu with a smile. Yo, Miss Su, why haven't you signed a single partner today? I've already signed 12 big companies. Although your Su Qin Pharmaceuticals has developed 2 popular products, it's still a new company. It won't be easy for you to gain a foothold in the medical industry. Liang Su looked at Su Qiu Yu proudly. It was obvious that he was here to show off. So what if I haven't signed a partner? The product is the king. At worst, I'll open my own branch company and expand the industrial chain. Su Qiu Yu felt powerless, but she didn't want to show her weakness to her enemies. Su Qiu Yu would only open up her fragile heart in front of her family and lover. She suddenly missed Qin Feng and wanted to lie in his arms and rest quietly for a while. Humph. Let's see how you're going to develop with my Liangyao Group in front of you. Liang Su snorted disdainfully. With a wretched expression, he dug a hole in Su Qiu Yu's chest and swaggered away. Su Qiu Yu realized that she wouldn't be able to sign a satisfactory partner today, so she packed her things and prepared to leave. After leaving the hotel, Su Qiu Yu walked back to the Su family's old residence in exhaustion. Liang Yu was sneakily following behind her. Hee, Miss Qiu Yu, we meet again. When Su Qiu Yu walked to a desolate area, a burst of evil laughter suddenly came from behind her. It's you? You're following me? Su Qiu Yu immediately turned around and discovered that Liang Yu was following her. Haha, Miss Qiu Yu, I'm not following you. I'm here to continue discussing our partnership. Have you considered the matter I mentioned to you this morning? I advise you to obediently marry me. I am the eldest grandson of the direct line of descent of the Liang family in the capital. Once we are married, I will naturally become the new head of the family. You won't lose out if you follow me, will you? Liang Yu sized up Su Qiu Yu's body with a smile and approached her step by step. Don't come any closer, or I'll call the police. Su Qiu Yu immediately became nervous and took out her phone. Liang Yu's figure suddenly flashed and instantly appeared beside Su Qiuyu. Su Qiuyu had eaten Qin Feng's blood qi pill and was now a stage for inner qi martial artist. She quickly struck out with her palm, but Liang Yu dodged it with a flip. "Huh, I didn't expect a woman like you to be a stage for inner qi martial artist. Not bad. I like to conquer women like you." Liang Yu was also a stage for inner qi martial artist, but his combat experience was obviously more abundant than Su Qiuyu's. Liang Yu became serious after his first strike missed. His figure flashed, and his speed was obviously doubled. His second palm strike was already aimed at Su Qiuyu's chest. Rumble. Su Qiuyu's expression changed drastically. She felt her speed slow down, and it was obvious that she couldn't dodge Liang Yu's palm strike. Bang! Before Liang Yu's palm could land, a loud noise suddenly came from his back. Liang Yu's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Su Qiuyu was shocked. She didn't even have time to look at Liang Yu's miserable appearance. Her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at the man standing in front of her. The man was dressed in black and had a black mask on his face. He was like a ghost, and no one knew when he had appeared. The man easily sent Liang Yu flying. It was obvious that he was much stronger than Liang Yu. Su Qiuyu was extremely anxious. She was clearly no match for the man in black. "Who are you?" Su Qiuyu asked. "Haha, that's a good question. My name is Shadow. Those who know my name are all dead." As soon as Shadow finished speaking, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared. Su Qiu, you didn't even have time to react. She felt her eyelids grow heavy, and she was directly knocked out. AA 2705-221. Chapter 767. After Su Xiatian and Su Haonan returned to the Su family mansion, they waited for Su Qiuyu to have dinner with them. However, Su Qiuyu still hadn't returned after 8 p.m. "Grandpa, why isn't Big Sister back yet? Could something have happened to her?" Su Xiatian looked worried. Su Haonan's wizened face became extremely dignified. He frowned and said, "Call Qiuyu and ask her if something happened to her." Su Xiatian hastily dialed her big sister's number, but no one picked up. Su Xiatian and Su Haonan were getting more and more nervous. They had a bad feeling about this. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. Su Xiatian hurriedly ran to the door, shouting as she ran, "Big sister, are you back?" "Little sister Xiatian, did you miss me?" It was a man's voice. Su Xiatian froze at the door for a second when she saw the man. Then, she threw herself into the man's arms like a madman. "Sob sob, Big Brother Qin Feng, you finally came to see us. Bad guys bullied me and Big Sister today. Sob sob, Big Sister hasn't come back yet. Did Big Sister get kidnapped by bad guys?" Su Xiatian never expected Big Brother Qin Feng to come back so suddenly. Su Xiatian lay in Qin Feng's arms and cried. Qin Feng's heart ached when he saw this. The construction of Hero City was going smoothly, so Qin Feng came to Sky City's Su family. He wanted to give the Su sisters and elder Su a big surprise, but he didn't expect to hear that "Qiu, you might have been kidnapped by bad guys." "Qin Feng, it's really you. You came at the right time." Su Haonan heard Xiatian's crying and rushed out. The elder was pleasantly surprised when he saw Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at Su Xiatian, who was crying like a kitten, and patted her head dotingly. "Xiatian, don't cry. What happened to Qiuyu? Who bullied you today?" Su Xiatian had called her big sister 3 times in a row, but no one picked up. She was extremely nervous, but now that she was in Qin Feng's arms, Su Xiatian's anxious heart quickly calmed down. She felt that as long as Big Brother Qin Feng was here, everything could be solved, and all the bad guys would be hung and beaten by Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, come in and sit. Qiu, you might not be in trouble. She just hasn't come back yet, and no one picked up the phone. Let's wait and see." Su Haonan pulled Qin Feng and Xia Tian into the house. The three of them sat on the sofa in the living room. Su Xiatian sat next to Qin Feng and held Qin Feng's arm tightly. Qin Feng asked Su Xiatian to tell him what happened today. After learning that the Liang family made things difficult for Su Qiuyu during the recruitment meeting, Qin Feng's eyes turned red. Seeing that the sky outside had darkened completely, Qin Feng couldn't wait any longer. He stood up and wanted to ask Liang Yu about it. Tian Xia Tian Tian Xia Tian, wait for me at home. Xia Tian Tian Xia Hao Tian Shi Hao Nan. Big brother Qin Feng, take me with you. Qin Feng hurried to the door. Qin Feng returned to his original appearance after arriving at the Su family mansion. He was going to find trouble with the Liang family, so he was going to change back to Qiao Feng's appearance. Qin Feng didn't want Su Xiatian to know his identity as Qiao Feng because he didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble to the Su sisters. Seeing Su Xiatian's pitiful appearance, Qin Feng patted her head and said with a smile, Xiatian, be a good girl and stay at home. I'll bring big sister back to reunite with you guys soon. It's not safe for elder Su to stay at home alone. Take care of grandpa. Su Xiatian pouted unhappily, but she nodded in the end. Big brother Qin Feng, be careful. Qin Feng turned around and left the Su family. He called Liang Yu as soon as he walked out the door. See hero Qinglang, why are you looking for me? Liang Yu's voice trembled when he saw it was Qinglang calling. Liang Yu was most afraid of receiving a call from Qinglang. Qinglang had been messing with him recently. Where are you? Qin Feng's voice was icy cold. Liang Yu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to hide anything from Qinglang. Hero Qinglang, I am in Sky City. I'm here to help the family with some matters. Where's Sky City? Qin Feng didn't waste any words. Liang Yu was slightly stunned. He didn't know why Qinglang was asking so clearly, but he didn't dare to hide anything. I am at the 7 Days Hotel. Hero Qinglang, why are you looking for me? I'll meet you at the entrance of the 7 Days Hotel in 10 minutes. Qin Feng hung up, hailed a taxi, and rushed to the 7 Days Hotel. The Su family wasn't far from the 7 Days Hotel. Qin Feng was already standing at the entrance of the 7 Days Hotel in 10 minutes. Qin Feng originally wanted to reunite with the Su sisters and the elder when he arrived in Sky City. He wanted to have a happy dinner with everyone. However, he heard the news of the Liang family bullying the sisters. Qin Feng's anger had already reached the top of his head. Liang Yu was already waiting at the entrance of the 7 Days Hotel. He stood on the street and looked left and right, obviously looking for Qinglang. Liang Yu, you must be tired of living. An icy voice suddenly rang in Liang Yu's ears. Liang Yu jumped in fright. He looked at Qiao Feng, who was standing beside him. When did this person arrive? Why your dragon sex, Qiao Feng? Liang Yu was astonished. He couldn't understand why Qiao Feng was also in Sky City. Bang! Liang Yu's reply was a heavy punch. Qin Feng's attack was as fast as lightning. Liang Yu didn't even have a chance to react. His nose broke with a crack, and his entire body flew more than 10 meters away. Dong! Liang Yu had just landed when Qin Feng's figure appeared like a shadow. He stepped on Liang Yu's thigh. With a crack, Liang Yu's leg was forcefully broken by Qin Feng. The sound of bones breaking sent chills down one's spine. Ah, murder, murder. Help! There's a fight. Someone, come quickly. That man looks ordinary, but his attacks are so cruel. Hurry and call the police. Otherwise, that unlucky brat will really be trampled to death. In a rage, Qin Feng began to violently beat Liang Yu. He beat him from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the ground. A large crowd had already gathered around to watch the show. Everyone was scared silly when they saw Qin Feng's ruthless methods. Fortunately, Liang Yu was a stage for inner qi martial artist. His body was much stronger than ordinary people. Under Qin Feng's series of brutal moves, Liang Yu was at his last gasp, but at least he didn't die. "W, what are you doing?" "W, why did you hit me?" Liang Yu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He thought he had nothing to do with Xiao Feng. So why did Xiao Feng suddenly come to Sky City and violently beat him up? Qin Feng's large foot landed on the ground and directly broke Liang Yu's arm. He yelled furiously, "Why did I hit you? You dared to cause trouble for the Su family. You're simply looking for death." Liang Yu's heart suddenly thumped. He finally understood. After all this time, Xiao Feng had taken a fancy to the two beauties of the Su family. No wonder Xiao Feng was so angry. Liang Yu was about to die from anger, but he had no strength in his body. Qin Feng had broken his arms and legs, so he could only lie miserably in the deep pit and let Qin Feng do whatever he wanted. "Stinking brat, what are you doing? Stop right now." A dignified voice came from behind Qin Feng. It turned out that Liang Hui and Liang Su rushed out after hearing the commotion outside the hotel. Although the two of them were competing with Liang Yu for the position of family head and disliked each other, Liang Yu was about to be beaten to death. As Liang Yu's second and third uncles, Liang Hui and Liang Su couldn't just sit back and watch. Otherwise, if the matter reached old master Liang Qitian's ears, both of them would be finished. Crack! Qin Feng completely ignored Liang Hui and Liang Su's threats and stomped down again. Liang Yu's vision turned black from the pain, and he fainted before he could even scream. This time, Liang Yu definitely wouldn't be able to carry on the family line. "Who are you?" Qin Feng glared at the two of them with an icy expression. Liang Hui and Liang Su felt a bit guilty. They didn't even dare to look directly at Qin Feng's eyes. "We're all from the capital city's Liang family. You dared to offend the Liang family, brat? Just wait to collect your corpse." Liang Hui quickly came back to his senses. Once he remembered he had the Liang family as his backer, he immediately became arrogant. I'm beating up the Liang family." Knowing that the two people behind him were also from the Liang family, Qin Feng sneered and pounced forward. "You're courting death. Attack!" Seeing Qin Feng pouncing over, Liang Su roared angrily. The 5 Liang family guards standing behind him immediately pounced. Bang, bang, bang. A series of intense explosions came from midair. Both sides were extremely fast, and the onlookers were a bit dazzled. Before anyone could react, the 5 stage for inner chi guards of the Liang family were all sent flying. They fell to the ground motionlessly, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Whoosh! The crowd cried out in alarm. Qin Feng was too terrifying when he was enraged. He was like a demon that walked out of hell. Huaxia people liked to watch a good show, but most of the onlookers had already been scared away. The scene was too bloody and violent. "W, who are you?" "I'm warning you, we're from the capital city's 5 small families, the Liang family. Hurry up and apologize to us, and we might spare you." Liang Hui and Liang Su were also dumbfounded. Those were 5 stage for inner chi experts. How could they be so easily sent flying by Lin Fan? Liang family, go to hell. Before Liang Su could finish his vicious words, there was another sound of wind breaking in the air. Qin Feng appeared beside the two of them at some point in time. A series of flying punches sent the two of them flying into the air. Qin Feng leaped into the air and kicked Liang Hui and Liang Su to the ground with his 2 legs. Thump, thump. Liang Su and Liang Hui smashed a deep pit in the ground. Both of them were stage for inner chi experts, and they directly fainted from the fall. Thud! Qin Feng landed on the ground and stood ramrod straight. No one dared to look directly at Qin Feng's eyes. Wherever Qin Feng's eyes swept across, the crowd immediately lowered their heads like children who had done something wrong. "Don't move. Put your hands on your head and squat on the ground." Qin Feng had just finished beating up the Liang family members when a few policemen rushed over. Seeing the bloody and cruel scene before them, The policemen were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. They all pulled out their guns and pointed at Qin Feng. "I'm talking to you. Put your hands on your head and squat on the ground." The 4 policemen formed a circle and slowly approached Qin Feng. They didn't know how many times they shouted, but Qin Feng still stood with his hands behind his back and didn't react at all. "Call your chief here to see me." Qin Feng suddenly spoke with a voice as cold as frost. The 4 policemen were stunned. This brat was too arrogant. "I'm Chief Zhao of Sky City's Public Security Bureau. Who are you?" The situation here was too big. Not long after, Chief Zhao of the Public Security Bureau personally came over. Seeing Chief Zhao, the 4 policemen who surrounded Chenlin finally heaved a sigh of relief. The closer they got to Qin Feng, the more they felt an invisible pressure. It was too frightening. Qin Feng swaggered over. A row of policemen aimed their guns at Qin Feng. If Qin Feng made any small movements, they would shoot without hesitation. "Arrest those guys. They're all bad guys. Punish them severely." Qin Feng walked to Chief Zhao's side and tossed him a blueprint. Chief Zhao looked at the golden dragon gate, engraved on the steel ring in his hand, and was so scared that he almost fell. "Team Leader Qiao, don't worry. I'll arrest those bad guys and interrogate them. I'll definitely punish them severely." Chief Zhao's sudden change in attitude and respectful attitude toward Qin Feng stunned the policemen who followed him. The surrounding crowd was also a little confused. "Put your guns away. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrest these criminals and take them away." Chief Zhao broke out in a cold sweat. He had been a chief for so long, but this was the first time he saw people from Dragon Gate. In the eyes of these ordinary policemen, China's Dragon Gate was an incomparably sacred and mysterious organization, and the members of Dragon Gate were all godlike men. AA 2705221. Chapter 768. Although Chief Zhao was the chief of Sky City's Public Security Bureau, he had no temper in front of the Dragon Sect. The Dragon Sect had too many privileges in China. The members of the Dragon Sect only listened to the orders of a specific premier. Other organizations had no right to order the Dragon Sect. When they saw the members of the Dragon Sect, they could only be ordered around. Chief Zhao's underlings quickly came back to their senses. They quickly put away their guns and began to drag the unconscious Liang family members into the police car. After Chief Zhao finished his work, he chuckled and ran over to ask Qin Feng for instructions. After receiving Qin Feng's approval, he dared to return with his team. Once Chief Zhao left, the surrounding crowd immediately dispersed. Until now, everyone had not completely recovered from their shock. They were all wondering who that ruthless man was. Even the chief of the Public Security Bureau listens to his orders. After violently beating up the Liang family members, Qin Feng did not completely vent the fire in his heart. This was because Qin Feng asked something when he was beating Liang Yu. Su Qiuyu was really kidnapped, but it was not the Liang family's doing. Even Liang Yu did not know who the black-clothed man was. Qin Feng was burning with anxiety. According to Liang Yu, Su Qiuyu had been kidnapped for half an hour. "Master, you can use the divination spirit stone to divine Su Qiuyu's whereabouts." Little Pig's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feng slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten about the sky-occupying spirit stone. The divination spirit stone could divine once a month. Last time, Qin Feng used the divination spirit stone to divine Su Qiuyu's location. This month, Qin Feng had not used the divination spirit stone. Divination spirit stone. Help me divine Su Qiuyu's location. Qin Feng hurriedly took out the divination spirit stone. With a slight thought, the divination spirit stone shone brightly. Images appeared on the smooth stone surface. It was Su Qiuyu's figure. Su Qiuyu was locked in a small dark room. Qin Feng could see the situation outside the small dark room. It was a large courtyard house, and the courtyard was heavily guarded. The people coming and going were all dressed in black and wore black masks. When he saw the uniform logo on their chests, Qin Feng immediately recognized them. They were members of the Golden Assassin crew. Golden Assassin crew? How dare you capture my woman? Prepare to die for this lord. The light on the sky spellstone had disappeared, and the image had stopped. However, Qin Feng had already obtained the information he wanted. He had stayed in the capital for a long time, so he had immediately recognized the location of the Golden Assassin crew's base. Master, I feel Black Tortoise's aura. It's nearby. Master can take Black Tortoise to eradicate the Golden Assassin crew. Little Pig suddenly jumped up in excitement. Where's the black turtle? Qin Feng was also very excited. He hadn't seen the black turtle in a long time. According to my senses, it should be 10 kilometers southwest, Little Pig said. Qin Feng was relatively familiar with the geography of Sky City. The direction that Little Pig said was the main river that flowed through Sky City. It seemed that Black Tortoise really was there. Qin Feng sprinted all the way and quickly arrived at the edge of Song River. That familiar feeling became stronger and stronger, and Qin Feng could already feel the Black Tortoise's existence. Roar! Suddenly, the tranquil river water began to churn and create raging waves. A low roar that seemed to come from ancient times came from the bottom of the river. A huge wave soared into the sky and formed a large whirlpool. From the whirlpool, a huge sea creature slowly rose, giving Qin Feng a big fright. Black Tortoise? Oh my God! Why do you eat such a big meal every day? How did it grow so fast? Qin Feng didn't know what to say when he saw the Black Tortoise emerging from the water. Qin Feng still remembered when he used the sea turtle and the many-banded kite to form the Black Tortoise. At that time, the Black Tortoise was only the size of a palm. After a few days, the Black Tortoise grew to the size of a wash basin. Later, Qin Feng threw the Black Tortoise into Song River in the mountain resort, and the Black Tortoise suddenly grew to the size of a small yacht. Qin Feng hadn't seen the Black Tortoise for more than 5 months. In the end, this guy had grown to the size of a large boat. If it wasn't for the familiar feeling, Qin Feng would have been scared away by this giant in the water. Roar, roar, roar. After the Black Tortoise emerged from the water, it roared excitedly at Qin Feng. The sea turtle slapped the surface of the river, creating waves that were tens of meters high to express its excitement. The many-banded kite opened its bloody mouth and stuck out its dark red tongue at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face darkened when he saw this. Black Tortoise, how have you been recently? Qin Feng communicated with the Black Tortoise telepathically. Roar, roar, roar. The Black Tortoise's roar was like thunder. Qin Feng couldn't understand it, so he waited for Little Pig to translate. Master, we've had a lot of fun during this time. Now, we're the overlord of Song River. We've tasted all kinds of fish, prawns, and water monsters in Song River. After a while, we're preparing to go to the deep sea to find new delicacies. After listening to Little Pig's translation, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched violently. Qin Feng started to feel guilty for the small fish and prawns that entered the Black Tortoise's stomach, because he was the one who threw the Black Tortoise into Song River. Qin Feng was very happy to see the Black Tortoise. The Black Tortoise was even happier than Qin Feng. With Little Pig's translation, the two of them chatted for a while. Luckily, it was nighttime and there was no one around. Otherwise, if someone saw this scene, they would definitely be scared to death. Black Tortoise, I'm going to fight an enemy now. Are you coming? Qin Feng already brought the topic back to business because time was tight. Roar, roar, roar. The Black Tortoise suddenly roared in excitement. The many-banded kite spat out 2 mouthfuls of black bubbles at the bottom of the river. A meter-long fish was poisoned to death and evaporated along with the river water in an instant. Master, the Black Tortoise, said to hurry up and go. Jump on their backs, and they'll take you swimming to the capital. said Little Pig. Chin Fong was a bit nervous when he saw the many-banded krite's venom bubbles. If he jumped on and the many-banded krite spat at him in excitement, wouldn't he be instantly corroded into a stench? A white light streaked across the sky, and Chin Fong landed on the black tortoise's back. What made Chin Fong rejoice was that although the many-banded krite stuck out its tongue excitedly, it didn't spit randomly. Black Tortoise, speed up! Chin Fong patted the black tortoise's shell. The black tortoise raised its head to the sky and roared. Then Chin Fong felt a violent tremor, and a fierce wind blew past his ears. The black tortoise sped forward, and the wind was so strong that Chin Fong almost couldn't open his eyes. The black tortoise's shell was extremely large. It was like a large ship. Chin Fong stood on the black tortoise's shell in the middle of the surging river. He suddenly felt very small. Little Pig finally found a playmate. He ran out of the system and was now running around on the black tortoise's shell. He was originally a pig, but now he was as happy as a mad dog. The wind howled, and the waves behind him were several meters high. The black tortoise's speed on the sea was so fast that it made people speechless. Chin Fong couldn't run at this speed on land. Half an hour later, the black tortoise arrived at the capital and found a shore to stop. Little Pig, this black tortoise is too big. Can the system fit it? Chin Fong jumped onto the shore and looked at the black tortoise, which was as large and mighty as a large ship. He immediately felt a bit worried. Little Pig lay on Chin Feng's shoulder and used its claws to tickle Chin Fong. Master, please don't insult the system's storage space, okay? How old is the black tortoise? I'll be honest with Master, the black tortoise is still in its infancy stage. When it reaches adulthood, it'll be like an aircraft carrier. Chin Feng's feet slipped, and he almost fell. Little Pig continued. Master can also put the black tortoise in the emerald spirit ring. The spirit ring has enough space. Chin Feng's thoughts moved slightly. The giant black tortoise, who was fishing and eating on the shore, suddenly turned into a white light and disappeared. It had already entered the emerald spirit ring. Chin Fong looked at his surroundings. This was the outskirts of the capital. If he walked a few kilometers, he would reach Ghost Mountain. It was already late at night. There wasn't even a ghost in this area. Chin Fong leaped into the air, and a neigh sounded in the air. Hiss! In the darkness, Flaming Dragon Horse descended from the sky. Its fiery red fur was like flames, burning fiercely in the cold wind. Chin Fong landed handsomely on Flaming Dragon Horse's back. His large hand slapped Flaming Dragon Horse's butt. Flaming Dragon Horse immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the night. In a courtyard house behind the central district of the capital, no one would have guessed that this area, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, was the secret base of China's largest assassin organization, the Golden Assassin Crew. In a small, dark room in the courtyard house, Su Qiuyu's hands and feet were tied up. She had been trying to untie the ropes since she was locked up. However, after trying for a long time, she couldn't make any progress. Creak! The door was suddenly pushed open, and a ray of cold moonlight shone in. The moonlight shone on Su Qiuyu's pretty face, making her look even more holy and noble. Who are you? Let me go. The person who came in was the shadow who had brought Su Qiuyu back. Haha, Beauty Qiuyu, since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? TSK, I didn't expect there to be such a perfect woman like you in this world. Even a top-notch assassin like me is tempted by you. This is very fatal. The shadow had already taken off the black mask on his face. It was a wretched face with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks. His triangular eyes glowed with green light as he sized up Su Qiuyu's body. The shadow walked towards Su Qiuyu step by step. Su Qiuyu was so frightened that she desperately twisted her body and retreated all the way to the corner of the wall. Su Qiuyu screamed, Don't come near me. Go away. The shadow didn't seem to hear Su Qiu-yu's screams. He came to Su Qiu-yu's side with a smile on his face. Hee, Beauty Qiu-yu, you probably don't know this, but I've been secretly observing you for almost a month. I've been watching your every move in the office. In this 1 month, I've been resisting the urge to rush into your office and push you down. Now that I've finally caught you, of course I'll have to serve you well. Su Qiu-yu's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect this disgusting man to peep at her for a month. Su Qiu-yu was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. At this critical juncture, Qin Feng's figure involuntarily appeared in Su Qiu-yu's mind. How good would it be if Qin Feng was here? Don't touch me. Ah, scram, scram. The shadow had already reached out to touch her. Su Qiu-yu was so frightened that she struggled with all her might. However, her hands and feet were tightly bound, so she couldn't break free. The shadow became even more excited when he saw Su Qiu-yu struggling with all her might. Just as his skinny, black hands were about to touch Su Qiu-yu's chest, a howl of the wind suddenly reverberated in the air. Xiu! The howl of the wind was very soft. If one didn't listen carefully, it could easily be ignored. The shadow's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retract his hands, but his hands were empty. Subconsciously, the shadow looked at his hands. His hands had been cut off at the base, and his palms had fallen to the ground. The blood hadn't seeped out, and he didn't feel any pain. The shadow's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He even suspected that he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could his hands have fallen off? Uft! The faint sound of blood spurting resounded in the air. First, it was a little bit of blood. In the blink of an eye, the shadow's severed arms were bleeding profusely. Following that, a piercing pain surged into his heart. The pain was so excruciating that even a top-notch assassin like the shadow couldn't bear it and let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! Su Qiu-yu was frightened by the scene in front of her. She also screamed. Halfway through her scream, Su Qiu-yu suddenly froze. She felt she was tightly embraced by a warm embrace. The man's chest was broad, and his arms were strong and powerful. Most importantly, the scent on his body was so familiar. AA 2705221.